Hello, and what's going on, everybody? Hope you all are well.
Hello.
And that's Gina in the background. Volume's good. Everything sounds good.
Excuse the noise tonight. It's
Yeah,
not a
we
whole
got
lot
a
we can do about it.
we got a lot of background noise happening, so just try to focus in on us. Gina's over there putting on her, war paint. Diggs, what's up, buddy? Rebel, how you guys doing? Robert, don't know if you're still in. Yep, there you are. Just came through. How you doing? So, yeah, tonight's subject is gardening and hiking. It's always gardening, right?
We're a
Thank you
gardening
for
channel.
thank you. I thought I'd dress up for the occasion tonight since we're on top of Mount Monadnock, or at least that's what we're doing tomorrow. And I figured being dressed up for the occasion would be nice. I even shaved too. You like that? Yes, the tux tee. I couldn't find my other one I wanted to wear, so it's a stick figure emoji, and he's humping the word "it." If you can put them two together, stick figure humping it, f it. I couldn't find that shirt, so I went this instead.
It's a little more appropriate.
It is a little more appropriate, yes, absolutely. I'm kind of faced away from the camera. There we go. That's a little better. So yeah, we'll hang out and talk for a few, see how everybody's doing. I'm not sure if you all saw the short we put out earlier today, but we finally got our greenhouse eradicated from rats. We also just, kind of amended some of the soil, just hydrated it. And oddly enough, still have much daylight. Nice, right? Right? Well, we're hoping to be well on our way home at this time tomorrow. If we're still up at the top of the mountain at 9 p.m., we'd be pretty screwed. But it's not really, it's just barely a mountain as far as classifications go for height wise. So it's just barely registered as a mountain. It's just under 3,200 feet.
Which for us is high because we're at sea level.
Yeah, we're pretty much 50 feet above sea level. So when we get up that high, it's like, whoa, this is crazy. Ears are popping. But it is supposed to be sunny skies and 50 degrees even on top of the mountain tomorrow.
Well, it's supposed to be 59.
Yeah. So at the summit, it's going to be 10 degrees cooler than, when we start. It should be a fun adventure. We're debating on if we should go live and do it, or I'm going to have the camera anyway. Maybe if we can get a signal. So the mountains are under 2,800. Really? That's interesting. So if we can get a signal, we'll probably go live at the summit and just be like, hey, everyone, check this out. But I'm definitely bringing my camera with us so we can get a lot of good footage.
Just memories too.
Yeah, memories
My
as
niece
well.
will be with us.
Yeah. Nikki, what's going on?
I think it's the first time she's ever actually hiked a
Take
mountain.
honey with you on your hike.
Oh, no bears, Nikki. No,
Yeah,
I don't want to find
Rebel,
the bears.
Rebel said that.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't want any bears, Rebel.
I think it's good for a lot of things, though. Just energy and.
Yeah. That reminds me, I gotta cook that up. A picnic roast. Maybe we can have barbecued pork for tomorrow.
Make sandwiches to bring with us.
Yeah.
That's what I was planning on.
Do something like that. We were thinking of cold sandwiches, and I'm probably gonna bring, the equipment. Yeah, there she is, all dolled up.
I will be right back.
Oh, she's gonna go crank a butt.
Really quickly.
Yeah, it's in case you need a pick me up of energy. Yeah, we could do that.
Tammy, The one thing about us is we are definitely preppers, and that includes when we go hiking.
Yeah, we're already starting to pack the bag.
Our first aid kit's already in
We
there,
got the first aid kit,
which has our fire starter and all those
right?
cool things in it.
Isn't she beautiful, Nikki?
Oh, thank you. All right, I will be right back, y'all.
Yeah. When you come back, we'll probably go over these cool things that we found out.
Do you need a drink or anything?
Yeah, I'll take a dude when you come back. Yeah. Well, so we found some interesting information about Mount Monadnock. I figured we'd just go over it once she gets back from her cigarette. She hasn't even seen it yet, and we'd learn together. Of your kitchen scratch cabbage, start a little baby sprout on it. Nice, Passamaquoddy. Once again, we've been busy. I do apologize. I'm one of the worst people when it comes to emailing, but I have emailed you back at least once. I know that much. Yeah, the sweet potatoes that you had started. Ours are like 8 inches tall right now. It's pretty nuts. Location lab myself too in a couple of weeks. Indian artifact. Nice digs. That would be awesome. Well, it all depends, Like once you get out there in the boondocks, like the signal gets weaker. But sometimes when you're on top of a mountain, when you have what's that called? Line of sight, maybe. Anyway, a direct signal. Yeah, you need extra big yarn or an extra big spindle of yarn for slippers for me. Yeah. So the hike is it was 2.7 miles to the summit. So a little over 5 miles in total. We pretty much do that at work every day, so it shouldn't be that horrible on us. And it's not like a straight up incline. It's kind of more like hilly, and it gets higher and higher with gradual hills. I've hiked it before. Me and, an ex-girlfriend, well, a couple of exes. That's what I like to do. I just like to hike, everybody. It's good to conquer a mountain every now and then. But I've climbed this one. This will be my 3rd time now. That's what I'm thinking, Diggs. Yeah. Like, there are many different trails to get up to the summit. Some of them are completely, there's a lot of tree cover. Then other trails, it's just, as you see in the background here, it's kind of just wide open. Just climbing up big boulders, one after another. It's a really nice hike. This is pretty much handicap accessible if you had one of those four-wheeler handicap chairs. Carrots, blueberries, onions, celery, grape seeds outside. Wow, you're pulling the trigger a little early, aren't you? Up around my uncle's camp, we conquered many mountains. We are working on going down the valleys now. And only have one mountain. It's nice, Diggs, yeah. Supper, huh? Well, 8 o'clock. All right. Yeah, we had ours at 8 o'clock as well. Jilly, what's going on? I hope you and Carrie are well. We were just talking about our hike tomorrow. We're going hiking. We're going to climb this mountain that you see behind us. And on the thumbnail. It's Mount Monadnock. It's about a 90-minute journey from here, and yeah, it's a 2.7 mile hike to the summit of like 3,200 feet. And hopefully I can get a signal out there and maybe we can go live. Potato towers. Nice. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were doing the hay bale, right, Nikki? Well, let's see. I was waiting for an answer, but I'm going to go ahead and do this. Cast out a link. And see what's going on. See if anybody wants to come up and chit chat. Nikki, that's awesome though. We went ahead and pulled the trigger on our carrots and onions 2 weeks ago. We also did kale
When there's
and
catnip. That's about it.
Kale and peas. Yeah, my aunt's over from across the street. They're waiting on cake people to come over and pick up their cakes. Sometimes people can be really ignorant and just
because they work from home, they think that it's open business hours till whenever they want to come pick it up.
Yeah. Which is kind of crappy, but look at you fishing, right? I know. I'm fishing for entertainment, Nikki. Oh, that's fine, Nikki. I just didn't know if you wanted to come up and keep saying what else you're planting and whatnot. Well, like I said, we've done the carrots, the onions, the peas, kale, leeks. That's about it. We've just been building a lot. You've all been seeing that. How many beds we've built. We've added 200 square feet to our...
Onions, peas.
Yeah, I said all that like 3
I
times
planted
now.
marigolds today here, if you're in here.
Yep, gear, if you're lurking, we did marigolds. So are you about ready to sit down?
Just about.
Yeah, we go on later, but we want to get up early tomorrow and be at the mountain by 11:30ish, something like that.
Yeah, we don't want to get stuck walking
Although
down the mountain at night.
The average human walks 2 miles an hour, so even if we were walking at a slow pace. Yeah, look at that. Is it Diggs? Can't see you, buddy. There you are.
There you are. What's up?
What's going on, buddy?
Yeah, I'm not up for the gardening side, but for the hiking side, hell yeah.
Yeah, see, why not, right? That's an open topic as well. Anyway, Sheena, what's going on?
Hey, Sheena.
Yeah, I've conquered like 3 or 4 mountains in my lifetime.
Oh, I always do it backwards.
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody can see that really.
Not really, but that's our peach tree.
Well, we have a video coming out with all that anyway. What's up, buddy?
Oh, nothing much. But that mountain, the way you described it, sounds like this is gonna be a nice hike.
Yeah,
it is.
It'll be my first time.
And go ahead.
I was going to say he's been multiple times. It'll be the first time I've actually hiked it.
Yeah.
At least that I can remember.
Because the way it sounds like it's set up, it sounds like you go up so far, but either drops down a little bit or terraces off. So you actually have that rest period before you go up again, and you can kind of keep moving at the same time.
It really is. It's a gradual. If you were to look at the topography map, like the what do you call them? The indication lines of where it creeps up 100 feet.
Yeah.
There's like inches in between on the map. That's how it is. So it's just a slow incline.
Yeah, like a nice slow rise.
Yeah, exactly.
And that is not like what the mountains are like over by my uncles. They're straight up.
Yeah, that was our last one.
Yeah, he tried to kill me on that.
Oh, what was that one?
Oh, I can't even remember the name of it.
Yeah, it's on the Kangamangas Highway up here in New Hampshire. I can't remember, but it was like 2-foot rock steps every time.
Like literally the first 2 minutes into the trail, you're jumping rocks across a river.
Yeah,
and it would. the reason why he picked that one is because it said it was handicap accessible. So we figured it would be a nice, smooth hike.
No, dude.
Like, no.
It was not handicapped. You were handicapped.
Exactly.
Afterwards.
What they meant by that is you will be handicapped by the time you're done with this hike.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because up there, and the whole thing was hiking, going straight up the mountains, like over by my uncle's camp, is I'd rather go up than go down, believe it or not.
Really?
Going up, you kind of have control over how fast you're going. Going down, once you start picking up steam, it's kind of hard to get yourself slowed back down again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Way, way back in the day when I was young, dumb, and full of you know what.
Yeah.
We would hike up the mountain and we would run down it. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you ever ran into a tree, dude, going down a mountain, you're pretty much dead.
Like, one time I went down a gas line. This is kind of funny. I went down a gas line. There's this, yeah, it kind of goes down this lines back. It's really nice and easy to go down. No. You go and it just keeps going like this. And pretty soon I actually have to start hanging on the trees to go like this because I can't see the ground going down. And they're like, it was easy, wasn't it? Well, it was easy for about the first 3 quarters. The last quarter, I needed a freaking parachute.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because it got to a point that it was so steep that I couldn't go down the gas line. I actually made it over to the edge where the trees were, and I was kind of let myself slide from tree to tree.
Yeah.
To get down to, and that was about the last 200 feet. I'm like, oh, this is getting old fast.
Yeah.
And then like the last 20 feet, it literally went straight down. I'm just like, well, hell with it.
Yeah.
Sit down there, landed on my ass. I'm like, I'm not even doing that again. That's just dumb.
Yeah, pretty much. I have a knack for it though.
Going down the valleys though. Sorry, Chris. Go ahead. My bad.
I was just saying. I've always had a knack for rock climbing. I've always been great at it.
Passamaquoddy, it was not Swift River. It's on the Kangamangas.
I just can't remember.
I will see if I can find it.
Champney?
Yes, Champney Falls.
Champney Falls.
Ooh.
That's what it is.
We made it to the waterfall. Our goal for the day was to make it up and down the other side of the mountain, but it took us 5 hours just to get to the falls.
Yeah.
Oh.
We wouldn't have made it halfway down the other side before it was pitch black.
Yeah,
so we turned around.
Yeah, but we did at least get to record the waterfalls. So
plus, Chris has a broken knee, and those 2-foot steps really took a toll.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So on the way back, he was going the unbeaten path just to avoid stepping on his knee.
So like a 1 mile hike turned into a 2 mile hike because I was trying not to, step up anymore. I was like dragging my leg behind me at the end of it.
There's one time in Moraine. Well, Moraine isn't really that hilly. It's glaciated plateau. So you're going to go up and go down maybe about 50 feet.
Yeah.
And not really too much steep. It's gradual up, gradual down. Well, I rolled my ankle.
Oh, look at who it is. Hey, John.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
We are good.
Yeah, really good.
Tired and sore after shoveling soil all day.
We got our greenhouse back, buddy.
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
We have reclaimed our greenhouse, John. What's that, man?
I said I'd figure I would join you guys for a little bit. You going hiking?
Thank you. Well, on the other half of the conversation, this is hiking and gardening. We reclaimed our greenhouse today.
Oh, that's awesome.
No more rats.
No more rats.
10 days.
I saw that on your last video.
Oh, you saw the short?
Yeah, the little short. Yeah, you got rid of the rats.
That's what we did today, is we reclaimed the greenhouse.
All I have to say is I got to remind myself in the wintertime when I'm not growing in the greenhouse to still water the greenhouse.
Yeah.
It was like a desert in there. Yeah. It was so bad.
The whole thing was just dust. The whole thing.
It's like, we got to fix this. Nothing's growing in this.
But the irrigation system works great. So that's going to take a load off of, watering the inside.
Do you have that on a timer?
No, he's got.
It's
you know Chris John. He has it rigged up. It is PVC pipe, and it just all you do is attach the hose to it, turn the hose on, and
it goes. And then you may have to adjust one of the hoses from this side to that side within the bed.
Yeah, but you can make an attachment to a timer.
Yes, I could. Yeah.
Like just a little attachment between the faucet, the spigot, and put a timer in between.
Yep, I absolutely could. Yep. Yeah. That's right. Yay, no rats. we're pretty happy.
It's pretty funny too, because last year my arch nemesis was a chipmunk, and we hadn't seen any of our normal critters around. The chipmunk disappeared. Most of our rabbits went away. Squirrels, you wouldn't see any of them when the rats were around. Well, I was outside working the other day, and all of a sudden the chipmunk popped his head out of the pallets, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm so glad to see you." Thank God you're back.
Like, you can have a tomato. Please eat it.
Yeah, well, when you're dealing with rats as opposed to chipmunks, you will welcome in the chipmunks. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we had rats in our barn a couple times, and that was just. Well, we took care of them quick, but still, it was a pain.
They were so spread out, Diggs, that it took the community to stop the problem. Like, as soon as me and Chris started Googling stuff and getting information, we tell this neighbor, we tell this neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
This one started putting out poison. This one started putting out the baking soda solution. And eventually they must realize, wow, these people really don't want us around. And we're going to move on now, because everything they put out to eat here is deadly.
Yeah.
We tried poison, and they did not. They're like, actually wise to the poison. Just like, oh, we know what that is. We ain't touching it.
Yeah. We mix something different every day. Like, the baking soda is actually deadly to them because rats can't burp. So it just builds up in their intestines, and then boom. So every day I was mixing something. One day it would be peanut butter, then cocoa, then
just mixing it up with buffet.
Rats are pretty smart.
They are really intelligent.
Well, we found out that it was only about 2 or 3 rats that was in our barn, but it seemed like we had like 1 billion of them. There's only 2 or 3 rats, and they every night would go and goof off in the sawdust pile. We had horses in there. We had our sawdust inside the barn. So what we did is we took some of that sawdust, made a bed about that thick, and put about 12 fox traps in it. So in order for them to go up to where they like to screw off at, they had to go over all those traps. Got them all one night.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
That, I mean, honestly, Diggs, that's what we caught 16 in total with snap traps. So it definitely helped cut the numbers down.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is they have such a community way of living. If you interrupt their system, they're scrambling.
Yeah, I mean, before I redid my kitchen 4 years ago, I mean, the rats, they would come down from the basement, and right underneath the sink, there was a little hole in the old wooden floor. They would come up and, well, Bella, when she was a puppy, she would get them, and she would kill one here, one there, one there. But as soon as I rebuilt the whole kitchen, I put a brand new wood floor down. That pretty much solved the rat problem, and they just disappeared. They left because they could no longer get into the house itself.
And that's the other part too, John, is with us sealing off the outside of the greenhouse.
Yeah,
they had no more access to getting inside.
Right. Like, they're not willing to dig so deep. You were right, Chris, when you mentioned that. They're not willing to dig so deep.
And some of the updates that I gave you throughout the videos, you can see how they would dig down to about maybe 8 inches deep.
Yeah.
And they'd give up. They'd be like, no, screw this. Like,
right. Too much work.
Too much energy.
Yep.
Well, it's the same thing. Like, I've seen where people do, and it's genius. It makes sense. Is when people build chicken coops, some people, is they'll actually underneath the ground, they'll come about 1 foot out from the actual fence itself. So anything that tries to dig, they don't want to dig a foot out and then try to keep digging. They want to go is right underneath instead of digging and digging. As soon as they hit that fence or something that's under the ground, they're like, oh, the hell with this.
All I have to say is just stay tuned. I have a lot of spare metal hanging around when I build a chicken coop.
We're after dealing with this, we're being smart about any structure.
Yeah, from now on, like we're gonna, we got.
I got old fence that I got from a friend of mine, and when I build my chicken coop, I'm gonna go 2 feet out all the way around under the ground.
Nice.
And about 3-4 inches down, you can start digging. But once you hit that fence, good luck. You can try to push forward. Good luck. Try to push back a foot. Good luck. I'm going to go 2 feet back.
Yeah, they'll never dig that far.
No, they don't want to dig that far.
No.
I'm hoping that's what I'm going to do.
If you had a bigger critter, I would worry about it, but not with rats and the kind of stuff we have around here. Maybe a groundhog or something like that would try. But...
Yeah, we'll see a lot of skunks here. That's in a raccoon. Like, that's as big as...
I was gonna say that was a bigger bark than normal.
Yeah.
That was Bella.
The one thing that helped our barn out is about the same concept. Instead of doing it on the outside, we did it on the inside. Other than
they don't come up,
we put a concrete floor in.
Oh,
that works.
Okay.
And the stalls themselves was red clay that we tamped in. So that's to them, that sounds like digging into a rock.
Yeah.
So once we did that, we did no more rat prop. We get a mouse every now and again, but a mouse, you leave an opening that big, they'll figure out a way to get through it.
Yeah.
I think they were. Isn't it Little House the one that's building a greenhouse right now with the cinder block in the ground, John?
What's that? I was reading the comments. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was just talking about Little House in the big woods. Didn't they just build a greenhouse with a cinder block underneath the ground? A cinder block foundation. One of our fellow warriors did that.
No, that's Little Piece of Heaven.
Okay. Yeah.
They all run together.
They do. They all like mold together. It's like
that was Farron, Little Piece of Heaven.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's a pretty good setup that she had there. No, I'm
a little. Now that you're mentioning it, Little House in the Big Woods. She did do some. I think she did do something like that as well. I believe
she made a frame. Yeah.
I think everybody should have a greenhouse. Really, just don't get a rat infestation.
I can't wait to get mine.
At least you got the tent, John. That's got to be a serious help.
Yeah, but this tent here, as effective as it is, I still need a greenhouse outside for the winter time. Yeah.
Well, it would be a good way to just rotate everything. All right, these can go out to the greenhouse, start more in the tent.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about if I don't make a greenhouse out of it, I'm going to make a Quonset hut out of it. I'd like to get 3 20-foot round trampoline frames.
Okay.
That would give me like a 10-foot tall Quonset hut.
Yeah.
That would be
and what I'm looking at, if I don't use it for a greenhouse, I'm going to use it as a garage. So.
There you go. Either way.
Yeah, it is, Robert. It is. So, John, question.
Congratulations, Little House in the Big Woods. And we will definitely
100 subs.
Try to get you some more.
Yeah.
She got 100 subs. Good for her.
Yep. So
that's awesome.
John.
Yes, sir.
We have about 80 plants here that's on the kitchen table?
If not more.
We have 80 or more plants, and we're thinking of just throwing them out in the greenhouse. What's your opinions on that?
I'm
what's your night temperatures right now?
After tonight,
no lower than
40 and up.
So in the greenhouse, it will be 50 or 60.
It'll be like 50.
Plant them. Plant them.
Plant them.
Have you hardened them off yet?
No.
Oh, well, you need to harden them off first.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. put them in the greenhouse for
Put them in
hardening.
the greenhouse and harden them off for a week, week and a half, and then plant them. I'm already my tomatoes and peppers, everything I'm leaving overnight. Tonight is the first night I'm starting leaving them all out, hardening them off. This is if they make it tonight, it's going to be about 39 degrees. They're ready to go.
Okay.
So I'm not too concerned about our peppers because they're staying in the greenhouse for the whole season.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
actually
then put them
I'm
outside.
gonna, I'm gonna put them in on the shadier side of the greenhouse this year because the peppers seemed like they did really rough during the day, but at night they were doing fantastic.
Yeah.
So I figure if I give them a little bit of shade in there, they'll do a lot better.
Yeah, harden them off for the next week, week and a half, and then just stop planting. Like my tomatoes, I've hardened them off for the past 2 weeks. I could literally plant them tomorrow if I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still got to fill up those massive Mater mansion beds.
And you got to fill up that boat too. That was an awesome job you did with that boat.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think it's gonna look really cool when it's all done
Yeah.
and
I think
growing
so.
things in it.
I mean, are you gonna do to fill that thing like a hookah culture type system or just sort
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually have a video coming out with some of the bonuses of being a cleaner.
Yeah.
Some of the things we can get our hands on, such as
In
coffee
bulk.
grounds and shredded paper in bulk. So
Yeah,
we have a
really.
video coming out as far as that goes.
No,
But
that's pretty. I like that.
We also use all the natural stuff too, wood, leaves.
Yeah, we've been hauling a lot of lumber lately
Yeah.
from the woods to our beds, just trying to take up the first 6 inches, and it saves a lot of money that way.
Yeah. it
We
does.
also found it's a jungle out in our woods. There are vines that will attack you with thorns all over them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Never seen them before in my life.
Yeah.
I got wrapped in the middle of one, screaming for help, and this one's nowhere to be found.
we have a couple places like that right behind the house. And I'll be honest with you, that's probably one of the best places just on the outskirts of that to have a deer stand. The deer love it in there. They'll get in there. They can hide to their heart's content because they know nothing's going to come in there after them.
Yep.
Yeah.
But they can't be in there for too long, so you just get in the stand and wait them out.
Yeah.
Fun times.
Definitely have no shortage of deer. That's for sure.
No, not around here. There's usually 8 to 10 of them over at our neighbor's house because he has a trough of corn, which is where the rat problem was originally coming from. But
Yeah.
he'd feed the deer, and they're seriously.
Yeah,
8 or
they're like
10
pets
deer
now.
out there.
He literally told us the other day he can feed them out of his hand.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah.
In a way, that's sad because the more you do that, the more they kind of lose that wild instinct.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we're just as guilty. We
Yeah, but we
Well,
don't.
but in the future, if the shit hits the fan, it might make it easier.
That
to
could be a
just
good
hunt
thing.
them.
Just
It's
walk.
like, hey, come here.
Yeah.
That's how yeah.
Boom.
That's why I won't take out any of these turkeys and deer that we've been putting up on our videos because we don't need it now. We may
Right.
need it later.
Yeah.
Same thing with the turkeys with me. Well, with all of us in this house, like they're so trained now that as soon as they show up, we walk up onto the porch. We have corn
Oh,
that's
yeah.
sitting right there.
You shake it like
Shake
a
it
cat,
like a
treat
cat,
jar.
and they come running.
Yeah. That could be beneficial in the future. Hey, I'm hungry. Say, come here.
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? See you later. Let's
Yep.
go.
Oh, there's 2 males in that flock of 8 females. Let's take one of them males.
Yeah, why not?
That's all we've been seeing lately is toms.
Yeah, we had a tom in our yard today. Oh,
And
no, the
then-
other one that was hanging out in the shade.
Yeah, and then the video you put out, all 4 of those were toms.
Right about now, hens should be sitting on nests right about now. That's why you're only seeing
Yeah.
toms.
Yeah.
Oh, then they'll be back with the toms, and we'll have 20, 30 turkeys walking through at once.
The swans right now are sitting on nests, and when I was getting out of the water, I think it was Wednesday, there was the geese were messing around with the mother swan. She was on her nest. Well, you want to see the male swan? That thing is vicious.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He attacked those geese. I mean, those geese didn't stand a chance. I mean, this thing went from like a massive swan to like he just exploded like boom, and he went after those geese. It was an awesome sight to see. I've never seen that before.
And
So-
imagine being a human dealing with a bird.
Oh man,
chasing
those
you.
swans, those things. What an awesome animal.
Yeah, I've got a little bit too close to a male swan that was helping guard a nest, and it went from a male swan to a pterodactyl.
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah,
The thing just blew up like boom, and it's like they went after the geese, and the geese try to fly away, and guess what? The swan gets up and goes right after them. Like the swan's
yeah.
not any slower.
And you think the geese would know because they have the same structure. Me and Chris feed the Canadian geese at work, and the male,
except
that male
the
just
geese
stands back
the-
and
except the geese. When you look at, you think a goose is like, oh my, that thing's a big bird. Oh no, when you see the swan pissed off, the geese are like tiny little midgets next to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are.
I had no idea. My mom and I used to go and watch them down at the beach. More of marsh than beach. And one day I'm sitting there, I'm like, what is on that swan's back? And then she kind of lifted her wing and she had all the babies just sitting right on her back. I was like, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I tell you what, there's only one thing worse, a bird worse than a swan to get mad at you, and that's a bird of prey.
Oh man, I wouldn't even want to.
What, you mean like a hawk or something?
Yeah.
I had a great horned owl mad at me.
Oh, an owl.
Not really my fault. It's in the middle of the winter, and the great horned owls around here, they'll stick around for the winter, and they'll start popping rodents off the top of the snow. Well, I'm going about 25 miles down this road, and apparently it's trying to squeak in front of the roof of my truck that I had at the time, and I clipped its feet and it flipped it into the bed.
Oh,
Now the bed is full of snow, so I just hear this big poof in the back of my truck. I'm like, what the hell was that? Then I hear tick tick against the back window. I'm like, what? So I'm like, I need to see what this is. So I get out of the truck, turn on the bed, like get out of the truck. I didn't even look backwards. I come walking back. There's this great horned owl. I have a 6-foot bed on my truck, and its wings, one wing was like kind of folded up on the window, and the other wing was hanging out over the tailgate.
Massive
Yeah.
wingspan, yeah.
And it had 1 foot up going like this, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just getting back in the truck. It was a 5-speed stick. I put it in first gear, and I kept on kind of dry hopping the truck till I decided
See you later, Tammy.
it didn't want any more of that and took off.
Yeah, those birds are vicious and massive.
Yeah.
They're wonderful creatures. They're wonderful creatures.
Yeah.
No, to watch one fly though, oh my God. Every once in a while, I'll pop one in my woods behind the house, and you'll see them, and you think something that big, you'll hear them fly. They don't make a sound. They're silent, dead silent. You'll just see it swoop into another tree and just sit there and look at you. Like, dude, really?
Yeah.
Amazing creatures. Amazing. I love birds of the wild. They're amazing.
I don't like hawks. I can tell you that.
Yeah. No,
I've watched too many of them kill the neighbors' chickens.
Yeah.
Good night, Tammy.
And they are brutal, man. They're just brutal.
Vicious. They don't care. They have him like by one leg, and the chicken's like freaking the hell out.
It's pecking at it, trying to kill it.
Yeah.
I've watched hawks amaze me. I watched one. Well, first of all, you ever hear them cry up in the air when they're circling?
Yes. They
Do you know what that is?
constantly.
Every time they cry, that makes their prey freeze.
Yeah.
I was watching a rabbit in the backyard, and that thing kind of be hopping along, and you hear the hawk cry. It just stopped. All of a sudden, I heard the hawk go quiet, and I'm like watching the rabbit, and this thing came in. It didn't pin it to the ground. It kind of came level to the ground, picked that thing off, and kept on going. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I would hate to be a rabbit.
I was like, wow.
Yeah, I saw it was actually years ago. I was actually going up to Keene, New Hampshire to play in the World Championship of Horseshoes in Keene, New
Nice.
Hampshire.
Wow.
Nice.
And as I was driving this wooden thing, and there was a snake that was going across the street. This hawk just right in front of me came down, boom, grabbed this. I'd say that snake had to have been like 5 feet long. Grabbed it and boom, right, just took off. It was an amazing thing.
That's why I
That
don't
or,
know why they
other
try
com-
to go for bigger stuff like chickens. Like he couldn't even get the chicken off the ground, but he was still trying
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah.
Like the chicken's bigger than you, dude. Give it up.
He wasn't able to like
Lift
get
off.
him higher than 2 feet, where the chicken just was pecking the shit out of him. Like, let me go, MFer. Like, get out of here.
Man, that chicken did not come out of the coop for like a week after that. It was so scared. I was like, I don't blame you. I would be scared too.
Yep. And that's why I'm gonna have a free range caged chicken coop.
One of these days, it's gonna be Sushi, that little bastard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I would be petrified if I had a chihuahua.
Yeah.
Oh no, the hawks. When he's outside, the hawks they hover around and hover around.
And I don't know what it is this year, but they're out in mass quantities.
Yeah, turkey vultures too. I don't know. If
Well,
it's
they're turkey
just-
vulture hawks is what
Yeah.
they're called. They're
Yeah.
not actual turkey vultures.
They're weird looking things, and they travel in packs of like anywhere between 20 and 50.
Well, we have buzzards here, and the thing about them is they won't bother too much. They're more looking for carrion.
Yeah.
So
They're looking
those
for
things
what?
kind of, I won't say they
sorry.
freak me out, but it's kind of like I know they have their place, but I'm like, really? You got to sit in the middle of the road to do that?
Yeah.
Really?
Take it elsewhere.
What
No,
you say,
that's
they're
what
looking
that's
for
what we.
roadkill?
Yeah, they're like the cleaner uppers of the world.
Oh yeah, like the blackbirds. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. We need those.
Yeah.
But the ones that we're seeing, we thought were buzzards. Like I was like that with that wingspan, that's got to be a turkey vulture.
Yeah.
So it finally got one close enough that I could see some details on it, and I googled it, and it says it's a turkey vulture hawk.
Yeah.
First time I've ever heard of it.
Yeah, and those
Traveling.
either one, they're both massive.
Yeah, they're
I mean,
big birds.
Yeah, they're huge.
and we have bald eagles around here, and they're bigger than the bald eagles.
Yeah.
Really?
That's funny, Jilly. I can still
Jill-
picture that too, just like a big salmon.
What's
No.
Jilly saying?
Last week,
I'll highlight it for you.
Yeah, I'll
John.
read it. It says
Is
dirty
it,
Jerry.
Is it Jilly or Dirty Carrie? Who's talking there?
It's chilly.
Carrie's sleeping, I believe. That's what she said earlier.
yeah, there was when I was up in Moraine last week, I watched an osprey take its huge. I couldn't see what kind of fish it was too far away, but the fish was probably about half the size of the bird, and it took off with it.
Oh, I love watching that. That's so cool.
It doesn't kind of freak me out, but it makes me laugh hysterically because these osprey up there, they don't kind of skim the water and take off with the bird. This thing did a full dive from about 100 feet in the air, went face first into the water. Blah! I'm like,
Oh yeah, ospreys. They'll bomb the crap out of the water, and they'll come out with a fish, something.
yeah, I'm just like, how did they do that without killing themselves? Because from 100 feet and they're hitting that thing about 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, yeah.
You think they'd hurt something? No, they come out with
Nope.
okay.
I see them every day out in the farm. They just bomb, boom, 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 and it's like they come out with scup. They come out with little stripers. They come out with anything that moves.
Yeah.
Oh, Little House in the Big Woods has got some quail eggs in the incubator.
Yep.
Nice.
Catch anything yet, John? Saltwater?
Went out for squid. Got
Yeah.
some squid, and but
Oh, I
not-
thought you failed on the squid.
No, I caught some. I failed when I went, but I've gone a couple of times after that, and I did catch a couple of squid. Not much, but
Yeah.
The squid right now is really, really picking up, and the sea bass are starting to come in. So
Ooh, that means we got like 2 more weeks if you're getting them.
yeah. But when's your license open up? When's your season open?
I'm not sure.
I
Honestly,
thought
my
it was
season
first.
opens. My season opens May 1st for striped
It might be May
for
1st.
Yeah.
black sea bass.
Gina's gonna look it up right now. I can't wait to get out there, dude. I cannot.
The stripers are here as well.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
If you can get out to them.
Unfortunately, I can't saltwater fish where I'm at. It's like about an 8-hour ride for me to get to the Atlantic Ocean. So
Oh wow.
Yeah, but you can go the Great Lakes, right? You're by closer to them.
actually, I go to a lake, not exactly the Great Lakes, but it has as many or more species in it than the Great Lakes has.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. All you need is a nice, good bobber, and you'll be all right.
Oh yeah,
Well, no, John. They actually have. I'm trying to think of the big prehistoric fish that they have up there in the Great Lake there.
sturgeon.
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Sturgeon? Is that edible?
Catch now though.
They're edible and they get huge.
They get up to like 400 or 500 pounds, John.
Oh my god!
Actually,
Wow.
one of the world record white sturgeons was actually caught close to here in the Allegheny River.
Wow.
Unfortunately, it is also probably they think the last one that was caught in the Allegheny River because they found it.
I was watching a program the other day that said they're near extinct.
Mm-hmm. In the river, because they used to find them in the Great Lakes and in a lot of the rivers here in the United States, and in the rivers they pretty much died off. They got a disease and died off.
Yeah.
That's what the one from the Allegheny River, because they tagged it, and then they wondered why the tag didn't move for 2 days. And they found it dead.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, I thought they just stayed down deep and in the cold and just hang out, really.
They do, but they'll still kind of travel the channel up and down because they still want to kind of stay close to bait fish.
Yeah.
And the bait fish will kind of go up or downstream depending on what's going on. What's up, Tennessee?
What's going on?
So our fishing it goes by what you're fishing for in New Hampshire.
Okay, striper. I mean, that's what I wanted. I just want to go striper fishing desperately. I got me some giant hooks so that way the fish doesn't swallow the hook this year. I hate that. Striper? Question marks? Sea bass.
Sea
No
bass.
slow season.
Sea bass is not a striper.
Okay, how else would you say it, John? Striper, what we're talking about, not stripper.
Striper. A striper is a white bass. White bass.
Yeah. And they have both freshwater and saltwater varieties.
Yeah.
Marine State Park has freshwater striper in it. They're like 50-pound fish in the lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can stripers can go in brackish waters in between. They can intermix in brackish waters.
We also have hybrids. They're kind of like a mix between striper and largemouth.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're genetically modified to be that way because there's a couple companies that have done that. But we have a couple of those. I've caught a couple of those. Those are odd.
Yeah.
It looks like a largemouth bass, but they're completely silver.
Yeah.
There's like no green on it whatsoever. No lateral line, no nothing. It's just like a chrome
Right
bass.
here, sturgeon closed year round.
Yeah, well, what about?
I'm still looking. There's a lot of fish in the ocean.
Yeah, just isn't there a search engine?
No,
I figured there was a search engine. You know,
it
keywords.
didn't even have striper.
Oh.
Striped bass. That was it.
Oh, poor kitty. We're on YouTube, you know, Cat. You hate that. Meowing at the door, but he hates being on live YouTube.
Yeah, I gotta. Actually, tomorrow's Sunday. It's gonna be a beautiful day here on the Cape. I might actually, before I go to work, I might go catch some sunflower bait.
Sunflower.
sunflower bait. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fish for his sunflowers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, Gina, come on. That's not what I meant.
Well, I'm thinking you have your barrel out back with
All right,
your
now-
secret
I
concoction.
Now I want to know what half
do.
of these fish are, though.
I just said I might go catch some sunflower bait. That's all.
Yeah.
John, have you ever seen a wolf fish?
A wolffish?
Yep.
I have, yes.
You can catch those year round.
Yeah, you got to go what, like 1,000 feet of water? I'm all set.
I don't
No
know, but they
idea.
don't. They don't even have a minimum length.
Yeah, I'm all set. Yeah, those fish like redfish, and I'm all set going fishing at 1,000 feet of water.
Yeah. No, I'm good with
Oh,
that.
they have ocean. I don't even know. Ocean pout.
Stripers that run up the river, huh?
Yeah, that's what most stripers do. Fresh or saltwater.
Well, I've only ever experienced saltwater fishing in the harbor here, so they run up the rivers, if you want to call them, in the marsh, but like,
Yeah, those are inlets, outlets.
yeah.
Hey, John, whereabouts are you at?
Uh-oh. Who
I'm in.
do we have here?
Hey, Tommy Sunshine, pay
Ah.
attention.
It is the Aqua Jedi.
Look,
I'm in Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
Okay, so probably in about 48 hours, you're going to have the remnants of some thunderstorms rolling in. I'm in southwestern Pennsylvania. We're getting them tomorrow.
what's going on, Robert?
Are they moving east?
Did somebody say strippers?
We're moving east.
Somebody
and south.
said strippers. I
Yes.
heard it.
Yes, somebody did say strippers.
Do we
Hi,
have to
Robert.
be up here to see them? Hello, John. How are you, sir?
I'm doing
Hey,
better than
Rob.
some worse than others. It's been a long time I don't talk to you. God
It's been a
bless
long time you don't talk to me.
you. Well, other than text messaging 20 minutes ago. But
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I was
I'll be
really
right back.
counting on strippers, but I don't see any.
Well, I can show a little if you want.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good.
Robert, what about me, right? You want me to get going?
There we go.
No, I'm good
You
there
know-
too.
StreamYard has a feature for music, so we can kick on some music and we can get really into it.
I mean, I'm already naked here. I could go on camera with that, but probably better not.
Yeah, right.
Oh, y'all, I just got through my sandwich. I'd have been up earlier since I saw this guy jump up there. Y'all let anybody up there.
Yeah,
I
pretty
said,
much.
I need to get up there and straighten things out.
Yeah.
And but I was eating.
I know you were eating. You
I
always
was
eat
eating
that
me a
shit.
barbecue sandwich, and I lit myself up, y'all. It was terrible. I put on too much cayenne and too much Tabasco.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my God. Oh.
They're like, all of a sudden, it's getting really warm in here.
Oh, you know how when you eat the hot peppers and stuff, your head starts sweating.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm soaked right now.
The other day we had burgers and I put jalapenos, French's crispy onions, and barbecue sauce on it. Oh man, was that so good, guys? So good.
Now he's addicted.
And I got
to
that
jalapenos and
little
barbecue
sweat
sauce.
above the brow. I'm like, yeah, maybe one too many jalapenos on that, but it was really good. Oh,
It was a good supper. Now I'm done. I'm full.
yeah.
I have some energy.
Say the name of that river.
And I did see your greenhouse video there too.
Yeah,
It's
the little
looking good, brother. And I saw you sawing up your boat.
Hello, Abby.
You know,
Yeah, right. How do you think? How do you think that came out? Shipwrecked.
I think it's all right. Don't count on it going very far in the water, though.
No. No, just as long as it pumps out like 100 pounds of food, I'll be happy with it.
Hey, you didn't lose the sailboat. You gained 2 dinghies.
Exactly.
Seriously, right? Like,
I mean, we have 2 boats besides that are like, water ready boats.
yeah, ready to go. Metal boats. So,
I don't know how safe I would feel getting into a wooden boat.
especially that one. That was riddled with rust and at the bottom where it had the sail and the
Rudder?
the rudder. It was all rusted away and holy, and it just wasn't it was not worthy of the water anymore. So
No,
I give it a second life.
Give me fiberglass all day, brother.
Hey, hold on. Let me. I need
Yeah.
to answer. I need to talk to Mr. Tennessee Bushcrafter just a minute. He just said that real barbecue comes from Tennessee.
Oh, here we go.
Now, I'm in Alabama. Okay. And we have a wonderful place here called Ken's Barbecue. And it is some of the best best barbecue on the planet. But the very best barbecue that I've ever put in my mouth is from a little place called Witt's Barbecue. The original was in Ardmore, Alabama, or Tennessee. Ardmore is a city, a small town on the state line. It's cut in half by the state line. Half of it's in Tennessee, half of it's in Alabama. And you can call across the road to your neighbor, and it's long distance. So I'm going to say that there's some mighty fine barbecue up in Tennessee. I think that Witch is on the Alabama side though, but Tennessee knows how to barbecue. I've got a lot of family up there, and
Say that to a Texan though.
Now, you
I'm
see,
saying
this is
Texas, they
where,
barbecue cows out there.
yeah, this is where I chime in, and I have a barbecue sauce from Arkansas.
Oh man.
This security guard that we used to work with at Timberland
Actually had his own bottled barbecue
has
sauce.
his own brand of barbecue sauce. I'm like, oh hell yeah, dude, let me have some of that stuff. So he gave me the mild and he gave me the spicy.
Spicy.
And you know what? I
Everybody's
have to say the
definition of spicy.
best barbecue sauce I've had is from Arkansas. So like, which is the truth now.
Now,
And
where's that?
Tennessee Bushcrafter, he grew up on Chesapeake Bay, he says too. And I know something about that. One of my grandfathers grew up on Chesapeake Bay. And from him, I gained a love for blue crabs, especially soft shell blue crabs, sauteed up in a skillet. And put on some rye bread. Been going to town on that. So we would have some things to talk about, Mr. Tennessee Bushcraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to hush now.
Why?
Well, I was going to ask you, where's that Ken's at in Alabama?
What's that?
Where's Ken's at in Bama?
Ken's Barbecue, the original Ken's Barbecue, is in Pinson, Alabama.
Pinson?
Yeah, Pinson. They have been there for.
That's the one I had a girlfriend one time. She lived in Pinson, Alabama. We ate there. I can vouch for it.
Hey, Robert, and Tennessee Bushcrafter, he says he grew up in the blue crab capital of the world.
Yeah, he grew up in Baltimore, Maryland.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But do you think the blue crabs they catch down there can compete with mine?
Oh no. My grandparents would go back to see family. I have ancient family up in Baltimore. But most of them have probably spread out now. But my grandfather, one of my grandfathers, is from there, and he grew up on the bay, on the water. Their house was on the water, and on the beach on the water. But back then, that was probably around the time that World War I started or whatever. I don't know. Go out every morning looking for soft shell crabs. But they would go back and forth to see family, and they would bring back blue crabs and from Baltimore back down here to the south, and we would eat those bushels of blue crabs still alive. That was the last thing that they would get, and kept in those bushel bags and coolers full of seaweed wrapped up in newspaper. and
Yep.
kept wet, they survived the journey.
Oh,
That's amazing that they did that. And they would
they'll
also,
survive 48, 50 hours out of the water if they're kept cool
Yeah.
and moist. Yeah.
they would also bring back the best bread you ever put in your mouth, because it was all from areas of Baltimore that still had the original ethnic flavors.
Yeah.
Every kind of bread, every kind of wonderful bread you could think of, they would bring it back. But anyhow, now I'm getting hungry again. I don't have a blue crab.
He's making
I
me
don't have a
now
soft
I
shell
want
blue crab sandwich here
Yeah.
to eat.
I think I'm stepping down here, so I'll talk to you guys later. There's another live I have to get to. So,
Yeah,
All right,
Courtney's,
dude.
right?
Yeah,
Yep.
have a good night.
I'm on my way. I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for
All
having
right.
me.
Later.
See you later.
We'll
Thanks
see
for
you,
hanging
Big.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm probably talking too much up here.
No.
Oh, Courtney's going live.
Courtney
right now,
has
so.
members only, so.
Oh, don't let me
I'm,
talk to
I'm
you.
a member.
Yep. So you're allowed to go there. So aren't we? But we wanted to get our live in early tonight so we can,
Hey, I can only be one place at one time.
exactly. Yeah. Now we want to be out at the mountain by 11 a.m. tomorrow, 11:30 the latest.
Which
So,
is like, that's like most people waking up.
So you
at
guys got to leave the house like 8 a.m. or 9 a.m.
10. It's a
Around
90.
10.
It's a 90-minute drive.
Okay, so
if you
yeah,
don't
I
have
don't
to
know.
stop.
Yeah, if you don't have to stop to go to the bathroom.
Which, yeah, I only make it about halfway.
Yeah, don't take me with you then.
Yeah. So if we get up at like 9:30, out by 10, we should be good.
But it will be nice because it's not tourist season yet, so it's not going to be super busy.
And how
Actually,
long did you say your climb is to 3,000 feet?
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, 3,200. Yeah.
Oh my God.
John, comparatively speaking, like if you look at Mount Washington or one of those, that's monstrous compared to this. Like it's a big hill, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Mount Washington.
this right here is that's the top of it. That's your view.
Yeah, but then do you have to climb down too? Or do you get
Yeah.
a ride or something?
No, we're gonna bring jetpacks up there, buddy, and we're gonna fly off.
Oh, so not only so you're gonna walk up the stupid thing, then you're gonna walk down it?
That's how you conquer a mountain, my friend.
Oh man.
Yeah, I've done it.
Walking
5 times
walking
in my
back
life.
down is the easy part.
Yeah.
Once you're up there, you're good.
Down is easy.
I
Down
would
is
die.
like
I would get 20 feet up into that mountain and I'd be smoking a cigarette and tell my wife, I'm dying right here. Go. Go down.
I will tell you, John,
Yeah,
if
you'd
you
be
ever
dying.
I'd be
ever
dying.
want to take a day off from smoking, just go for a hike. I literally maybe one cigarette the whole time we're hiking. And that will be like halfway, and I'll be like, I'm gonna sit here for 20 minutes and hopefully recuperate my lungs.
No. I would just look up at that mountain in the car and I would procrastinate like, am I really gonna attempt to climb that freaking rock?
I'm like,
No.
full steam ahead. Let's get her done. Like,
Yeah, we're looking up to. There's a lot of cool history and stuff. There's
I
even
actually have a page just set aside here whenever we run out of
even-
talking points.
even supposedly a megalith.
Yeah, there's supposedly a megalith there. There's also a cave that a spy lived in, and there's also some kind of conspiracy thing there. So there's a lot of interesting facts about it, or conspiracies.
Tennessee
hope you-
smoked one cig while he was butchering 4 rabbits today.
Nice.
I would have been having to. No.
Yeah, no. You just would have had a pack of cigarettes and no rabbits butchered.
Exactly. I can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, I'd be looking for a Waffle House at the bottom of the mountain. Just keep giving me coffee here, babe. Keep giving me coffee. I'm not climbing.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna make some barbecued pork, and that's what we're gonna have for a snack.
Yes, thank you. Barbecue pork. Yes, not beef.
Yeah. Well, beef is too expensive nowadays. Even though we did find some yellow sticker manager special food. So we got some red meat in the house. Woohoo!
Everything's expensive now.
It's like a special occasion now to have beef. It's crazy.
Yeah, seriously.
Not that
I
I
will say that
The
brisket is some fine stuff. You know,
The strange
brisket.
thing. I'm sorry, Albert. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I'm awkward with these things.
The-
You go ahead. I was just gonna say brisket is good barbecue, right? That's good stuff. But whenever I start putting beef in barbecue sauce, it does something that messes with my brain. It needs to be a hamburger or it needs to be a steak in my brain. And but pork is wide open. Pork and chicken is fine for barbecue. Okay, John, I'm done.
Yeah.
Wow, you found sirloin tip for $3.88.
Dang.
That's the price of hamburger.
I've been dropping
Sorry, that's the price
$100
of
bill.
chicken.
I would have been dropping $100 bill right there at that price.
The one thing that I did find strange is that at Stop and Shop, my wife found 16-ounce bottles of hand sanitizer, 10 cents each.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
can't get rid of it fast
Because
enough.
there's an expiration date on it, but we all know if you're a prepper, like the
There's
expiration.
no expiration date. That doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
alcohol.
So like
10
2-year-old
cents a
hand
piece.
sanitizer is going to be 80% effective. That same hand sanitizer 5 years old is going to be 50% effective. It still works, but
I mean, that's something like
over it.
Like if you think about it, that's something that I could spend. I could take $3,000 out of my pocket and buy all the hand sanitizer and wipe out all Stop and Shops within 50 miles of me. When the next coronavirus comes out in 6 months from now,
Yeah.
I'm going to quadruple my money.
Yeah.
If you're
Easily.
being generous to the public, they were selling rolls of toilet paper $5 a piece.
Some people are selling $20 a piece for a roll. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Oh,
I will go wipe my butt with a leaf before
And you
I
know
pay
what?
$20 for a roll of toilet paper.
Yeah.
And the thing is that when the next one
Most
comes
urban
out
Valley.
in 6 months from now, people will say, "Oh, well, this sanitizer's out." People are so scared that they'll pay $4 for that 10-cent bottle I just bought.
Oh
Literally.
boy. Oh, you made him get the toilet paper, John.
Oh my god!
Yeah, there you go.
How many plies is that?
It's technically one ply. It's the really cheap stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
one ply. Oh my god! You gotta
But
like.
That's from us saving all of the little half rolls that we're supposed to throw away at
You
work.
made that?
I made that out of all the stuff that they tell us to throw away.
Well, that's one hell of a prepper.
That's like a $200 roll of toilet paper right there.
Yeah, dude. We haven't bought toilet paper in 8 months.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Good for you.
I know that doesn't sound like much, but go ahead and put it together if you buy.
Oh no, it adds up.
Yeah.
It adds
So
up.
Keep
yeah,
scratching.
why not, right?
So Berlin says
why
make
throw
sure
that
it's not
away?
poison ivy.
Why throw all that away? And that's only one roll of 4 that we have.
And there's nothing wrong with it. So, as a cleaner, you have to make sure that they don't run out of butt paper during the day. So if there's a half a roll, you change it out. You put that one up on the handicap rail or somewhere in the stall where they can use it.
Yeah.
But you replace it with a fresh one.
So that way you have 2.5 just sitting up there.
I don't know what people think, okay? They were using that toilet paper the whole day before, no problems, no issues. But the minute you take it off the dispenser and put it in the stall, it's like all of a sudden it's contaminated and they can't use it.
And they won't use it.
So it's either it sits there and does nothing, or it comes home with
Or you
us
have
and it
like
gets used.
5 or 6 rolls lined up on there, and then you get bitched at, hey, we don't want this clutter in our bathrooms. Throw that away. No, I'm not throwing that away. Do you remember 2020, the toilet paper crisis year?
Exactly.
I will never throw away a sheet of toilet
Or
paper.
you could just throw all those little, quarter, little toilet papers into just a plastic bag into your basement or a closet.
Yeah. But it gets cumbersome quick, John. That's why we go ahead and do the super roll. Because at least it takes all that cardboard out of the equation.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's probably 70, 80 rolls of toilet paper right there.
That's good stuff. Keep getting it. Okay, I'm going to tell you. I've been there. I've done that. Okay. I've used the phone books and newspapers and Sears and Roebuck catalogs, leaves, and everything else back when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And, in the outhouse. And you do what you got to do. We were poor, and we didn't have a whole lot of regular toilet paper.
Yeah.
And there's leaves of all kinds, especially during the summer. But you got to keep things in mind. In the wintertime, nice green leaves are not easy to find. Okay. Unless you want to get some honeysuckle, little tiny honeysuckle leaves. Okay. All that's good. And if I've got to, I can get some squeegee action going. All right.
Man, we are getting some ass cleaning advice.
There is a product that was perfectly engineered to wipe your buttocks and to take care of that. And it's called toilet paper. I will stack that stuff up so high.
Yeah.
In fact, I used to insulate a cabin with that and paper towels. I did that for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I had so much toilet paper, right? I don't have that much now, but it is a good idea to stack that as much as you can, a little at a time, and have it on hand for that time when you ain't got to go full Rambo and test your metal against, scooching your butt across the lawn, like the dog.
Yeah. It kills me, Robert, when they're like, please throw those away. And I grit my teeth and I'm like, you know what? Not anymore. We're saving it. And dude, like we have
Robert, nothing cleans better than 5 fingers and nice fresh salt water.
Yeah.
See, salt water?
Yeah. Salt, kill, clean.
That's giving me a bad mental image.
So Jilly, thankfully, we don't really have to worry about, the whole junky aspect of things because we clean corporate buildings, and trust me, none of these people are junkies.
We technically are a third-party company of the NHL, technically, because we work for a company that supplies the NHL with hockey equipment.
We're contracted.
Yeah, third-party. Third-party contractor. Sorry. So there's not really junkies or any of that, and everything's under key code and passwords.
Nobody can get in and out of the building unless they're supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Chris, however, did work for a pretty prestigious building about 1.5 years ago.
That was like 2-3 years ago now. You forget we worked at Timberland for a year.
And corporate. It was also corporate. And he found a nice big bag of cocaine in the bathroom.
Yeah. Service Credit Union, which is, a banking system up here. And cleaning out the bathrooms, I found a bag of cocaine. Just the baggy remnants, right? This is a hilarious story. And I brought it to the security guard because, that's just what you do. You report things like that. And this ignorant female, that's the way I can put it politely, takes the bag and starts sniffing it. And I'm like, that's cocaine. She drops it and starts freaking out. She's like, oh my God, I'm going to fail a drug test. My life is ruined. Blah, blah. She just started freaking out. Dude. I'm like, no, it doesn't quite work like that, but you probably just don't want to put your nose up to it. For the rest of the night, I was talking her down, trying to calm her down. I'm like, by the end of the night, I'm like, look, I'm an expert when it comes to this kind of stuff. I don't do it anymore. You're fine. She's like, but I feel so high. I'm like, you're challenged right now. You're just very challenged right now.
You're not high.
But I couldn't believe it, though. She put the bag right up to her nose like, how do you know it's cocaine?
Not by doing that.
Yeah, right.
I couldn't tell you what that feels like. Never done it.
Yeah, when you're young, dumb, and full of,
I've seen it done in front of me. And I've always never understood it. Where I've always said the story is, hanging out with buddies at the bar, and they're spending, money on beer and shots and tequila to get drunk, and then they spend $50, $100 on cocaine. It's like, well, why are you doing the cocaine? They say, well, so I can get sobered up. I'm like, then why did you just spend all that money on the drink to get drunk?
Yeah, yeah,
What's the purpose?
yep, yep.
I don't
Yeah,
understand that. I've never understood it.
it was one or the other. Yeah, you had a couple of beers when you did it.
Yeah, Julie says it sounds like it was her bag.
I know it wasn't, but yeah, no, that's funny. Just the whole fobbing thing in. It was on the second. No, it was on the third floor, which was underneath the presidential wing. And the way that building worked is like the top floor was president's, third floor was executive, and then second floor was employees, and first floor was the it was just a granite slate floor where they held meetings and functions and all that stuff, really. But we found it on the third floor, and you had to be fobbed in. So it was one of those big wig pencil pushers who was, dipping into the cocaine.
We still got to talk with the outhouse and stuff over there in the side chat. And it just occurs to me, okay, with Suburban Hillbilly, was talking about the Sears and Roebuck catalog, and we know about that, and the slick pages were sharp, but it had some of them in there that were like the phone book paper, right? And those weren't too bad. All of them, you had to sit there and rough them up, and bend them and pretend like you're rolling little snakes out with the paper and soften them things up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what? I don't know if y'all had the same experience, but, it seemed like every time I went out there, and I guess everybody else did the same thing, you got out there and then you did your roughing up and all that kind of stuff. Why didn't we just like have a time when we were in the house and it was nice and warm, especially on them cold nights, where we just like did a little preemptive roughing it up and then taking that with us? It's like that would have been a good way to do it,
Yeah.
Everybody had their little stash. If you roughed up your own paper, you had that in your stash. Every family member had their own. And hey, if you didn't get your paper roughed up before you went out there, that was your problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
It don't make no sense to me. Why didn't we do it that way? I was trained wrong. Had to sit out there in the dang dark or wait till that big square battery. I had to turn off the big square battery if we wasn't using it, because you're going to get in trouble for burning up the battery, in that big square lantern, big plastic one with the great big old battery in it,
Yeah. Yeah.
Sit out there in the dark, roughing up paper, hearing things underneath you, which is another good reason for stocking toilet paper.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No.
Because it's already there. It's been roughed up.
Hey, Robert, how are your seedlings coming up? Have they germinated yet? Anything?
Oh, yeah.
My seedlings?
Yeah, your peppers.
You just planted
No. Ain't nothing come up yet. Nothing's come up yet. And I've got to put it on the heat mat. They're not going to germinate unless they've got like 80 to 90 degrees, is generally speaking. You got to have a heat mat, because I don't have anything right now that's just a constant 80 to 90 degrees. They'll germinate lower, but you're going to get less germination out of them.
Well, if they don't have that heat, they'll probably rot in that sand. Get the heat.
That's right.
Heat it up.
Yeah, I got to get them on a heat mat.
Ours grew underneath the lights. They didn't even require a heat mat. So, just saying.
How warm did you
already have soil in the house, though?
The lights really aren't that warm, honestly.
But your soil was already warm to begin with, because you had it in the house for a few days, right?
Yeah.
There's something warmed up because the light ain't got nothing to do with seeds except to heat the ground.
It's all
I
about
see
the
a lot of
soil.
people doing that. That's
I
like
don't
they
know.
put the light on there, and I'm not sure that they understand that.
It
The
worked
light
for
is
us.
only after they germinate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they have the heat bulbs in there too. At least that's what the
Well, yeah, if you can use the lights as a heating source for the soil.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was the blue lights. There's red lights, and there's white ones.
Yeah, but that's for after they germinate.
Yeah, they don't care about light.
Okay.
They don't care. All they care about is warm soil, warm, moist soil.
Yeah. Huh? Maybe the house temp was just warm enough then.
Yeah, as long as your soil was already to the right temperature, which you keep if you keep a bag in the house for 2 days, it should be warm enough for them kind of.
Yeah.
And then the lights will, warm up the soil. But as far as the blue, the colors, the white, the blue, that's only after they germinate.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
when that becomes essential to them.
What's up, Louis Martinez?
Hey, Marshmallow.
Wrong, Louis.
Oh, it's not Louis Marshmallow? Oh, it's
No,
Louis
it's
Martinez.
Mr.
Sorry,
Martinez. Yeah.
my bad.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't seen Mr. Marshmallow yet.
No.
Now I've got a bunch more peppers to get started too. I don't know what, because I will have a bunch of cayennes, and then there's some of the seeds that John sent out, those hot Portugal peppers, and those little pequeño little bird's beak peppers.
Yeah.
I want to grow some of them, and my cayennes. I don't have nothing but peppers around here, peppers and beans, and maybe some taters.
I was actually looking at Chris's the Cosmic Cultivators peppers challenge today, which I got to do a video on that. I got so many different challenges I got to do still. I think I'm just gonna put them all into one video. I think.
Yeah.
But your peppers are looking great, Chris.
Good. That's
And
awesome.
I'm looking at them. They're all about 9 inches tall, and I'm like, I can't tell the difference. What the hell is what? No, you can't. It's
there, John, for a minute.
like I can pretty much tell that the smaller ones are hot peppers because hot peppers are always slower growers, and the bell peppers and stuff are fast growers.
Yeah.
So I have an idea. I got them separated to categories. But as far as my God, that's one hell of a challenge.
Yeah.
Honestly, John, it was a way to get people to grow food.
Yeah, really. Because we gave you so many seeds. If you were to plant that many, you would have so much food.
No, I know. I planted a shitload, but I'm looking at them like, well, this one looks like this one. This one. It's like, what are the odds that of the 7 or 8 that I'm going to choose to grow, that 4 or 5 of them are all the same?
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to say though, my favorite pepper from
Michael,
last
what's
year
up, buddy?
was
Rems?
the Cubanelli. That's a really underrated pepper.
Yeah.
I thought they were really good.
Cubanelli?
Yeah.
Michael.
Which Frogfoot Holler? Mike?
Yeah, Frogfoot Hollow.
Michael.
Yeah. And Rems came in. What's going on, guys? We're having an early cosmic meeting.
Remy, how are you, Remy? Michael, Frogfoot Hollow, how are you, sir?
Yeah. Oh.
Remy, your T-shirt is on its way to you. So congratulations on the karaoke championship you won. Your T-shirt is on its way to you.
So that's the official. Might as well say, what is it? Shed Wars Carnival.
Shed Wars, karaoke carnival, whatever.
Well, I mean, just to the.
Yeah, the carnival category. Yeah,
Yeah.
Remy won it. He
Yeah.
did a fantastic job.
He did. And I think he's going to win it next year too.
And I had fun. Actually, that was a really fun challenge.
Yeah. Had a lot of
I enjoyed doing it, and I think everybody enjoyed doing it.
Yeah. It was. I definitely need to pick a better song next time, I think.
But the fun thing about it going into that challenge was like I'm gonna do this, and I have zero expectations of winning, but I'm just gonna do it because I like to do it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It would have been more fun if I didn't have to do like 5 or 6 takes, but technical difficulties each
Oh,
time.
you did fine, Gina. Everybody did a great job.
Yeah. We liked eating them straight up, Michael. Honestly, like
Yeah, they were. I love my bell peppers, but yeah, those put bell peppers to shame.
yeah. The karaoke challenge was good. Yeah. So, I don't know if you all want to check over this. Let's see if I can figure this out.
Hey, Lewis. Hello, Michael Sharp.
I think I just do this, right? Boom.
Michael, I'm glad you could join us. We miss you terribly.
Michael Sharp, I just watched this video on planting his beans.
I was Frogfoot Holler. We don't get to see him very often anymore. He's working his butt off nowadays.
Wonder what this one does. I'm just trying to figure things out too. Oh, there we go. Excellent. So this is the mountain that we're going to be hiking.
Hopefully there's still not snow. That would not be cool.
And they say there's a lot of secret spots here.
Huh.
You want to read over it, dear? Or
You want me to read the whole thing?
Whatever.
New Hampshire is known for the beautiful rocky peaks in the White Mountains. It is also home to the third most hiked mountain in the world. And the small town of Jeffrey Mount Monadnock is very popular hike. Its bare rocky peak is often filled with hikers on a summer weekend. The park is open year-round, 365 days, including Christmas Eve in January 2016. On a wintry day, the headquarters parking lots were filling up quickly. Though smaller than the 4,000 footers in the White Mountains, Moondocks, 3,166 feet, have a bigger mountain feel. The tricky sections on trails above tree line exposure and a beautiful summit make for a great hike close to home for many, many people.
Well, John, if you ever get bored of the ocean, you can go north.
Yeah.
I'm all set, thank you. And I'm not reading the next section.
What are y'all doing looking for? What are y'all doing looking for private spots up there, Chris?
That's what this is about. It just kind of goes over like a few of the spots.
So we had hiked Monadnock a couple of times before, but this hike would be a different type of hike. We were on a mission to find an exclusive secret. That didn't make sense. Elusive secrets of Mount Monadnock. The mountain is known for being home to numerous hidden spots, with 10 or more located in the park. Some of these spots are natural caves, one even rumored to have housed a spy for a bit. The most intriguing of all, and the goal of our hike, was to locate a man-made shelter built in the 1900s known as Pompeii Cave.
AKA Megalithia. Oh, that might be the megalith that I was combing over this earlier, so.
Well, it looks like they found it.
Yeah. And there it is. That's big enough to, spend the night in.
Yeah, one person. Look at her. She's like squeezed.
Either that or a couple, you can be snuggled up. So mysteries.
Clothes on it. Other people on the trail.
Well,
Yeah,
you
I'll have
kinda
my
have to.
I'll have my niece with us too, so we kind of have to.
Yeah. So the mysteries and conspiracies. Of course, I was intrigued by a secret cave that, that
Where are you?
few could find. After some internet research, which was only gave vague hints of the location, we set out to find the cave. It seemed no one wanted us to find this mysterious spot. Apparently, they found it because that's highlighted and you can click on it. Everyone we spoke to would not give us information. Even our GPS failed, as if there was something interfering in the signal. Conspiracy theories abound.
Well, click on it and see if it does anything.
Well, I don't want to crash the whole
No.
system, man. We have
We'll
a
have
cheap
to check it out
computer.
later.
Yeah. When I first attempt, it's just a story right there that they. Up we go, building the pre-hike ready for the mountain. It just seems like another
good.
story.
That's a good thing to remember. White Dot Trail is one of the easier trails on the mountain.
It is a very easy trail. It's just a casual hilly walk, really. Took that many story. I remember this view quite. Like the very top of the peak. That's the peak right there, the very top. I don't know if you all can see my cursor or not, but
Yeah, it's definitely not a high mountain, but
no, it's really not.
that's okay with me. I don't like those, I'm going to fall to my death feeling.
No, I thought it was pretty interesting that there's all these secret spots in here, and this is the cave that was closed off. Obviously.
Where a spy stayed.
Yeah, they don't want people in there
because they're secrets.
Yeah. That's where the government's hiding aliens, right there. Right? Yeah. I've never seen that though. Oh, look at that, a peace symbol.
Everywhere you go, graffiti.
What's that? The goal was met. The symbol was close though. Oh, so it's almost right up at the top apparently. Well, once we get up there, we're gonna hang out a little bit. Like I said, I would love to go live once we get up there. We'll just have to see if it will allow me to.
Oh, I'm gonna have to find a walking stick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did y'all see Diamond's video about where they found and discovered a new way to date the petroglyphs?
No.
And now they can do it pretty accurately.
I did not see that one.
Pretty sweet.
I did not see that. I saw his one he put up today because he kind of had a little bit of fear porn in it. The Northeast is gonna receive winter-like weather again, or something like that.
Oh God, no!
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get it. Wow, geographically free as well. Hello, hope you are doing well. That used to be a fellow neighbor. Now she's traveling the country in her RV with her 2 kitties and horses now, I believe.
Really?
Yeah. Kids and horses in an RV?
Yeah, I believe they have the kitties in the RV.
Kitties now.
2 kitties. And they're towing horses behind them as well.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I got to say, that don't make it less complicated. Kids or cats, either one. In an RV. That's pretty cool. See, I was looking at that name and I was thinking, okay, is this somebody living out in their car and they're just, saying, well, I'm geographically free on their resume, to make that look better? Or are they making content? Seeing the world with their horses and their cats. That's pretty cool.
She makes really good content. She
They
puts a
have-
lot of time and effort into her videos to put out really good quality videos.
They have a really beautiful RV too.
Um,
they had a bunch of issues though. Starting off, they got stuck here.
Yeah, their RV had some flooding issues and just a whole bunch of stuff. Just people we met while we were. Oh, okay, geographically free. I haven't exactly caught up with you in a while. It's Shed War season.
Steps along the way.
Spread pretty
Steps
thin.
along the way.
But yeah, there's Geographically Free's channel. Go check her out. She's at least still traveling the country, showing us places that we may never get to.
That's the thing I love about YouTube is that you can anything you want to see, it's out there, and there's somebody making videos all around the world. And because there's a lot, you're not going to see most of the world, for most people, and it's neat. It's really neat to see these places.
Like Jandera with the kangaroo video.
Yeah, that was so cool. Even though it was like in the distance, we're like, "Oh, look at that! It's a kangaroo."
I can never picture just pulling your car over the side of the road and having a kangaroo be right there.
We have more issues. Dropping it off next week. Going back to New Hampshire for a short bit. Oh, that's unfortunate, guys.
Welcome home, but sorry.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Did John tell you what happened to him?
Why he dropped off?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he got knocked off. Computer went into update mode. Knocked him off. And I think I'm going to jump down to. I think I'll jump down and let y'all have somebody else up. Get Geographically Free up there. Let her talk or anybody.
Lone Star.
Yeah, maybe. Mrs. Lone Star just popped in. But
Hi,
Robert,
Teresa.
thank you for coming up, buddy.
Hey, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for letting me come up without charging me this time. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Anytime.
Anytime.
Bye, y'all.
Yeah, have a good one, buddy. So yeah, that was Mount Monadnock that we just went over.
Some of it.
Some of it. We're gonna be taking video for sure.
We want to try to go live at the summit.
Yeah.
But that will obviously be depending on service availability.
But either way, you will definitely see some footage of us hiking.
You'll probably hear a lot of deep, heavy breathing.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
You don't know how out of shape you are until you hear how out of shape you actually are. Sam Elliott. I don't know. Who is Sam Elliott? Do you know who Sam Elliott is?
No.
I don't either. I'm sorry, Lewis. I don't know who Sam Elliott is.
Are we old?
I guess so.
Or not old?
Or not. We are that middle range age where, we kind of have some clue, but we're still confused about most.
So.
Old school comedian.
No. Okay.
Oh, okay. So not old enough then, apparently.
I'm in a nice round shape, Chris, says Michael.
Yeah. Oh, there's a helicopter.
It's been a busy day around here. You can tell spring is here.
Yeah.
People pressure washing houses and.
Yeah, that's what our neighbor was doing. I thought he was going to interrupt us on doing the live because that thing was loud, that pressure washer. I think he was pumping it himself, like it was horribly loud.
It looked like no bigger than the one I used for the garden.
Oh, like a hand pump?
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was mechanical.
Voice over the Chevy truck. Yeah, sorry, Lewis. Again, I apologize, man.
Unless it's on YouTube, we probably haven't seen it. So we don't have cable.
We don't do anything.
And usually we're those skip ad people.
Yeah. A lot to fit in a day.
Exactly. Well, so much to do, not enough time for commercials.
Yeah. Besides, most of the guys we watch aren't monetized, so it's okay. We're screwing over YouTube, not people.
At least we try not to.
Played the older Ghost Rider on the horse in the movie.
Oh.
I was thinking of someone else. We're clueless, so yeah, there's that.
Sarah, how you doing? You must be crazy busy.
Yeah, we haven't seen or heard from you. You haven't written or anything. Oh, that pizza is killing me with heartburn.
No Sal's pizza for you.
I just want to be better for tomorrow, man.
No, he was using it to clean his house, but it was like, the pump kind that we use in the garden. I'm like, what is going on? Why does it sound motorized? I don't get it. I don't know if they were pre-soaking it with that or I don't know. Oh, Passamaquoddy. Yeah, me too. Usually only eat one meal a day, and halfway to work, I'm like, oh, I probably should have eaten something. I guess I'll have to wait now.
Okay. Hopefully that Tums will help.
Oh no, Sarah, I'm sorry. Her tiller died.
You don't need to apologize, Sarah. I was just playing. I know it's that time of year.
Oh, we saw your plants.
Yeah, you have thousands.
You need a crew.
Yeah. You got the bubble guts. Huh.
Bubble guts.
Yeah, I don't know what.
Oh, you.
Oh no. Heartburn, but it feels like it's just pouring into one lung. Really weird.
I'll tell you, I kind of wish I had a tiller today. That was a lot of work, turning those beds over.
So not only were we turning the beds over, we were breaking up the clay. The clay soil we bought.
Okay, us being immature gardeners back when we first started, thought it was a great idea when Chris's dad sent out for topsoil to fix some of the holes in the yard. We're like, oh, just order extra. We'll fill out the garden beds with it.
Yeah, no.
Worst decision we've ever made. It is straight up solid clay. Like you could literally concrete stuff with it.
So we spent the better part of probably 3 hours chiseling our raised beds of the clay, filling in old rat holes, and flooding out the whole thing just to try to get rid of the ammonia and all the nasty that's gone through it lately. And in that short is where you saw us flooding it, turning the soil. What we're going to do is we're going to add some perlite, probably some potting soil mix just to get it fluffy.
I think I'm going to do some peat moss.
Peat moss, something that's lighter, airier, and try to mix it in with what we have there. Because if we mix our native soil in
Michael,
with it,
that issue I was having last year with my peppers, I think that was the problem right there. Like no circulation was getting to those root systems at all because it was just hard packed.
Yeah.
Like after seeing down there far enough today, I was like, well, that explains all my root issues.
The way that I built these beds, yeah, it is no fun. The way that I built these beds, they're you have your garden bed, and instead of putting wood and stuff in there, I had a bunch of plastic pallets. So these pallets are raised up 6 inches off the ground, and then they're all set. When the rats came through, they started filling in that underneath section of those pallets where I had raised them up. So our soil level has dropped down
almost about a foot and a half.
significantly. So we can start over by just adding to it, Michael, and building up from there, really. So it's just we have to put about $100 into it, unfortunately.
If not more.
But since we don't go out to eat, we don't party, we roll our own toilet paper, we pinch we pinch pennies, we scavenge from a dumpster, like we save money, a lot of money. And we can, say, all right, fine, we have to break down and spend $120 on soil.
Lewis says, if I found a solar fan exhaust setup for either your greenhouse or chicken coop, where did you find that? On Amazon? I will definitely have to check that out. Because if it's solar, this guy knows how to do wiring for stuff. So
Kinda. You'll have to deal with. Well, I know you've been very busy, Michael.
oh, it was a nightmare.
We've had a rat issue for a month, and we have finally 2 months.
3 months.
We have finally fixed the problem by installing 10 inches deep of steel wall around our entire greenhouse, 280 pounds of concrete, 16 necks broken by rat traps, poison of multiple varieties. We won the war. It's over now. The greenhouse is finally open. So yeah, we've been busy with rats for 2-3 months, and we finally got rid of them, and we haven't seen a rat in 10 days.
So Suburban Hillbilly had a pretty big message there. You might want to read that. But so yeah, Michael, I was so confused as to why we had rats. I've lived in New Hampshire almost my entire life, minus 10, 11 years. Never seen a rat as long as I've lived here. And when these guys showed up, I'm like, what is happening? So I actually Googled it to find out what was going on. Well, apparently we've had rats in New Hampshire, but you don't see them because they hang around at the restaurants. Well, when the restaurants closed down for, the event that just happened, they scattered to go find food. So they started taking over neighborhoods, and everybody's seeing them nowadays. But yeah, so long story short, we've been fighting them, and eventually our neighbors started chiming in too. So apparently we made them understand they're not.
You see, after the story she told, Michael, we have the whole neighborhood now on the same page as us with, home remedies or just the $1.50 snap traps.
I think they've gotten the hint that they are not welcome.
Yeah, they're not welcome here.
Anything they eat here is going to kill them. So
And Suburban, that's awesome that, you're getting all that done, and just take it one step at a time, really. We're starting to get to that age where we just can't go and go.
Well, that's the thing is, like, today, our main goal was to go out, get the greenhouse cleaned up, picked up, and then we were going to take all of our plants and put them in the greenhouse.
So what ended up happening was we got our greenhouse cleaned up, organized. Then we ended up tossing 16 inches of dirt around and getting it set up and soaked. And yeah, we just...
There's the marshmallow.
What's up, Mr. Marshmallow? But yeah, we just spent 3 hours of hardcore shoveling within our greenhouse, just slopping around mud and trying to get it to a point where we can
that's
grow.
That's gotta be stressful. It's gotta be stressful with the amount of plants you have too. Like, obviously, you don't want to lose anything. That's why I'm trying to get my stuff outside.
That's all good, Robert. We know you guys are busy. Yeah, Lewis, I don't know if you saw, but the last video we put up, the rat problem is done. It's been almost 10 days now, and we haven't seen a trace of a rat. So we reclaimed the greenhouse.
Not just today. In the greenhouse, like the whole property. There's no signs. And I was telling John earlier when he was up here, there were certain things that went away when the rats moved in, like our chipmunk population went away, our squirrel population went away, rabbits went away.
The Sky Lewis, yeah, that's a funny one. Yeah.
And now that they're gone, all of those animals are moving back in. I saw my arch nemesis, Chippy.
Yep, which is the black chipmunk.
No, he's a regular chipmunk.
Oh, well, I thought he was the black one.
No, I haven't seen the black one since
That's
first.
unfortunate.
Yeah,
We
all
had an
black
all
chipmunk.
black, like the opposite of albino chipmunk.
There's a word for that, and I can't think of it. Melanistic or something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah.
Yep, tried that, Lewis. Tried baking soda, tried borax.
We just did everything.
Suburban Hillbilly, I'm right there with you. Mice, I could even deal with, but rats, ugh, they're such nasty animals. Like everything we were taking out and organizing today, it's like, oh great, mouse, rat poop on this,
Yeah.
rat poop on that,
Yeah,
rat poop
everywhere.
on this.
Yeah, it is good. You got that fixed, Sarah. Yeah. But interesting.
Awesome, Michael.
Now that you guys said mouse and the hole that's out there.
Yeah, that was weird.
This is really weird. So we have a hole that's like this big in our yard. Okay, whatever.
There's two of them.
So we thought it was a mouse,
Or a vole
entrance
or something.
A vole too small for that. So an entrance and an exit. So we put the hose in there. We clogged up the other hole with a stick, and we started flooding it. 25 minutes later, probably maybe 2 gallons, 3 gallons per minute, this hole is still getting filled up with water.
At this point, I'm like,
draining.
shut it off. It's probably a sinkhole. We're gonna walk
Or-
over here later.
Or
Oh,
it's draining somewhere. I don't know, but 25 minutes and
the hole never filled.
the hole never filled.
Either that or they have a serious labyrinth going on
Yeah, but
throughout the entire sink. The entire
I mean,
yard.
I would have to guesstimate there was even more water going through there per minute, but I don't know. So if I said just 2 or 3 per minute, that would be, more believable. But like a serious amount of water, and this hole wasn't filled up yet.
I told Chris that they obviously made it to China.
Yeah, obviously. Either that or I was filling up like our water well. I don't know.
That'd be funny.
I really don't know.
Filling up our natural water well with town water.
Oh, Michael, you're a month behind, huh, buddy? Oh,
So now that my gardening buddies are in here, I'm going to see if I can show these off.
she wants to show off her pictures.
You guys can't really see it, but that is my peach tree this year.
You should just email them all to me, and I can bring them up on the computer.
Oh, you can't even see
Yeah, you
that because
can't.
it's green.
Yeah, like I said, email me them.
You're not going to be able to do it now.
Yeah, I should be able to.
I don't even know how to do that.
You don't know how to email.
I don't know how to email a...
Little piece of
Picture.
heaven, what's going on? You email Cosmic Cultivators.
I don't know how to send it to email.
It should have the option right there.
It doesn't.
Click on the picture.
Actually,
No, you just click on the picture and
you
it'll have
talk.
the
I'll
3
figure it out.
dots with the line connecting those 3 dots. And you send it to email. I know how to do it. You should know how to do it. Anyway, I have to be the computer geek. Probably because I have the glasses, right? Makes sense that way. Well, Sarah, I guess technically we're like 2 weeks ahead of schedule. At least that's what our tomato plants are telling us. Some of them stand 2 feet tall already. I think the icicle tomatoes.
Yeah, some of them aren't doing too good.
Yeah, they're already 2 feet tall. Not good. So when we up pot it, we're gonna have to up pot it into like a 3-gallon pot or something. Yeah, I like it, Michael. I like it. Well, she just doesn't know how either. I'm the technical geek.
Gmail. Okay, I figured it out.
There you go. And then when you email all of them to me, I can bring them all up. And then we can share on the computer because this is new things that I've learned, everybody. Someday I'll figure out, all the odds and ends.
I have to send
As
it to
far
you
as this goes.
individually.
I don't think you do, but are you sending it to Cosmic?
No,
No?
obviously.
Oh, well, that was a serious question. Want me to come up and chat? If you want to, Sarah. I mean, you're super busy. I don't expect it. If you would like, if we're that boring, I mean, please come save us if we're that boring. We were just talking about hiking and gardening anyway, which I believe you like hiking anyways. You have to if you like minerals and stone collecting and all that good stuff.
Doesn't mean she has to do it herself. There are people that do it for you nowadays.
Yeah. But no, I can't wait for this hike. Hopefully Selena's feeling better. She wasn't feeling too good today, which,
She has a sore throat. I think it's allergies, honestly.
Boom. Hello.
Hi, Sarah.
Hey,
How's it going?
all right. Sorry, I'm angling my camera better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry about your tiller. That sucks.
Yeah.
That's all
Louis,
right.
Louis,
I got it fixed. It just put me really far behind, like really far.
Like I said, I've been keeping an eye on all your swapping of plants, so I can imagine when something like that happens.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Michael, have a wonderful night, buddy. It's good seeing you.
Very good seeing you. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah.
When I go to transplant my tomato plants, I put them in like another 6 inches or a foot more into the dirt.
Yeah, I don't have a choice. I have to.
have to. That's just to compensate
No.
for the lateness.
I've got them in the containers in my house still, right?
Yeah.
And a buddy of mine said when he buys them from the store, they said 6 inches to a foot more in the dirt than they already are in the containers. And I'm like, but when I was doing it, because he knows I get him started here in the house, and I go, yeah, right. Like I put anything in the dirt, like maybe an inch more, right? And that's it. And he goes, call up your nursery and ask them if you don't believe me. And I did. And okay, fine. I guess he wasn't smoking crack. Kind of thing, right? Because right?
Well, you guys are complaining
that's what
clay soil.
What's that?
I'm sorry, but you were saying that the clay soil is an issue and stuff. Here in my area, to plant a tomato plant, I can only go down about 6 to 8 inches. That's it. So I have to lay my tomato plant sideways and let them kind of push their way up. And then I can bury them long ways in my clay soil because it is so hard. I can't get any further down.
If we had, now I thought we had clay soil in our yard until I encountered that greenhouse today. It's like solid rock. You need a chisel and a hammer to get through it.
Yeah.
I've broken shovels. I mean, broken multiple shovels just by trying to dig in my yard. It took me 4 years to plant trees.
Oh,
so we're pretty fortunate when we get down like 8 inches, it turns into sand.
Oh yeah, you're lucky. So lucky.
Yeah, seriously.
Thought sand was bad until I encountered clay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what when like mine, I got like maybe a foot down, and I started hitting gravel, and
Yeah, that's not fun either.
No.
that's why I got potatoes in those containers and stuff like that, and I put like
We got our first green off of potatoes today. I was starting to get worried. We planted them like 3 weeks ago, and I still hadn't seen any green. I was like, "Uh-oh!" But
Yeah,
today, finally, one popped its head out.
Yep.
It's good.
Yep,
Yeah.
we're slowly getting there.
I always doubt myself when I maybe it's everybody, I don't know. But when I plant something and it doesn't come up within like 2 weeks, I'm like, oh God, it's not going to germinate. It's not going to make it.
Yeah.
A week later, and it's, you know, perfectly fine.
Well, I'm pretty much the same way, but you know, you're the gardener, so
You're getting there.
I'm slowly getting there. Yeah, I at least, you know, I got this aspect of things, or at least I try to.
Yeah, so now that I bought my onion plants, I guess you call them, not sets, but plants, because, you know, twice I planted them and twice they got messed with by certain vermin. And so I finally got all my onion plants in, and now I have onions growing in those containers that the rats ransacked. And I thought they ate the seeds, but they didn't eat the seeds.
So let's see if this works. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
That is our second year to us, peach tree.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm going to see if I can just switch right over. Can you see that?
Those are the onions.
Yeah?
Well, I'm slow on my end. I'm going to be honest because I have bad internet, but I'm still looking at a pretty cherry tree or peach tree, you know, blossoms sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to, you know, share the rest of the pictures. I may have to go right back into StreamYard again. Like so. I'm slowly figuring out the technology thing as well. So I guess I can do it individually like this. I'll go back to share screen and we'll bring up another one. Gina wanted me to share these. So
Well, I mean, it's not major. It's just, you know, finally starting to see green in life
did that
outside.
come up? Yeah.
No, that's good. That's great. Wow.
Yeah.
And we planted a lot more of these in with the leeks.
In with the leeks you gave us, Sarah.
Awesome.
And also 2 more pots of
container onions.
yeah, container onions.
And we still have. I went stupid crazy when we bought the onion plants. They were in Walmart of all places. I was looking at Lowe's, Home Depot, Tractor Supply, because I was starting to panic because, you know, didn't think mine were going to come up. And I bought like four or five bundles. 4 or 5 bundles was way too many for the size garden we have.
Did that come up? Yeah, there it is. That's our plum tree, guys.
Oh, wow. Now, just realize you can take those onion sets or onion starts, whatever you want to call them, the sprouted plant.
Yeah.
And you can plant those along your edges.
Yeah, that's what I was planning. I've been keeping the rest of them not soaked, but moist in a paper towel. And as soon as we figure out our configuration for the rest of the beds, I'm going to just plant them along the side. Yeah. Plus the ones that I'm now growing from seed. I definitely want to get those in the ground.
Well, once we fill up massive mater mansion beds, the way that I have it set up, there's going to be 2 lines of tomatoes, and then we can do like filler crops in between those tomatoes, which will take up a lot of room for the onions. That is.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Now, I just want to point out, I've been reading a lot of books on companion planting, and that's one of my main goals this year.
Yeah.
There are a lot of us that want to, companion plant the best way we can.
Yes.
onions do not do well next to beans or peas. They actually like stop the growth of the flowers, and so they don't produce. So make sure whenever you're doing these things that you're leaving at least a 5 to 6 foot space between, so that you don't end up stopping the growth of your other productions.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Find it.
There was another one.
Oh, here it is.
We got this book here. Courtney sent it to us because we bailed her. Well, I don't want to say it like that, but we helped her out with her grilled cheese challenge.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be coming to you
Somebody had
for a lot of the.
Carrots love tomatoes.
I'm gonna be coming up to you for the companion stuff there, because that's one of the things I got to learn, the companion stuff, right?
Well, I've done research for probably about 6 years now, and since I now do large scale gardening, I have taught myself lots of many ways to companion plant correctly, because there are a lot of things that send out enzymes that mess up the other plants. So I'm going to start showing as I plant in my garden, because luckily I'm behind. I'm going to start showing a lot of things that do well and do not do well next to each other. And that way people can understand and realize. I've said a long time ago, kohlrabi. Keep your kohlrabi away from your garden. That's one of the worst. Onions are another one. Anything in that allium family, which is onions, leeks, garlic, they will inhibit the growth of peas and beans. So you need to keep those kind of spaced away.
From what I've been kind of researching, it seems like the only thing onions really do great with, that they don't really bother, is like the brassica family.
They actually do well with tomatoes as well. That's one of the things that I'm doing. Every row that I do of tomatoes this year, on the opposite end, I'm growing onions down that side.
Which will also help with pest control too, correct?
Exactly. Yeah. And that's my thing with the research is I don't want to just put something in there that's going to grow great. I want it to have a purpose. Yeah. So everything that I do this year will have a pest control related issue, problem solver, as well as actually helping the plant itself grow. When I'm planting my tomatoes this year, and I'm just going to say it now before I show it, my tomatoes are going to go down a cattle panel trellis. On the right side, I'm planting all the tomato plants. On the left side, I'm planting all of my onions. And then on the other side of my tomatoes, on the right side, I am planting beans and carrots. Because if you go back 3 months after you've planted your tomato plants and put carrot seeds in the ground, and you have your bean plants already really big and established, the carrots will actually get sweeter from being shaded, and you can get an earlier production, and they could be better tasting carrots at the same time. So I'm looking at kind of leveling everything out.
When it comes to the onions and the tomatoes, does it matter if they're green onions or white onions?
No, the onion family, it's actually the allium family. It's all the same. So it can be garlic, green onions, leeks, red onions, white onions, any of those. They all work the same way, because that green top that they give out, it's so aromatic. That's what gives out that smell to prevent the pests and inhibit growth on the other plants. It's an airborne enzyme, I guess is the best way to put it. Almost like an airborne disease sort of thing they're going to put in the air. So planting any type of onion next to your tomatoes actually deters the bugs, and it's going to actually help the growth of the plant. And then if you think about what I was saying, putting the beans next to the tomatoes, that's helping all that nitrogen in the garden.
I was gonna say, you're putting nitrogen right into the soil.
Actually, beans actually take out the nitrogen. That they don't put it in, they take it out.
I thought it was
oh my gosh, I don't mean to like overspeak or be kind of, over knowledge. But when you have too much nitrogen,
please, we're not worthy. Please, we're not worthy.
Okay, so when you have too much nitrogen in your garden with your tomatoes, they don't set blossoms. They basically grow a lot of greenery. So they'll get really tall, really lush, beautiful dark green coloring, but they won't set blossoms because all they're focusing on is growing bigger and stronger leaves. So if you plant beans next to them, they actually pull the nitrogen from the soil, and that allows those tomatoes to get a natural balance, and that creates that tomato to grow big and lush and green, but also set all those blossoms and grow tomatoes.
That's awesome.
Can you put peppers instead of beans?
You can grow peppers there as well, but they don't work as well as beans.
I was going to
Beans
say,
actually,
peppers are seriously heavy feeders too. So
beans will actually create nodes in the root system. When you go to pull a bean plant up at the end of the season, if you have too much nitrogen, when you see the roots, they're all knotted up with these big knobs all over them. And that's where they have taken that nitrogen and stored it up. And that's what you're looking for to create a perfect balance in your garden, is taking those extra nitrogens out. Now, when you're looking at planting things that need nitrogen are leafy greens, cabbages, broccoli, onions like nitrogen, potatoes like nitrogen. Those things are okay to have too much. So you don't want to plant beans around those because they're going to take too much from them, and they're not going to grow as big and as lush and as great as they should be. When you're looking at your tomatoes, though, you need a perfect balance in that system. So putting onions on one side is going to create a balance for the pests. You can plant basil in there as well. Carrots will take up nutrients that the tomatoes do not need because they're a root crop, and roots take on different nutrients than the rest of our leafy green plants do, or fruiting plants. And then your beans, they're going to take up all that nitrogen that's extra. So putting that balance perfectly is going to create the symbiotic garden that you need to grow the perfect amount of food and plants.
Just when you think you know it, there's so much more.
So last year we were kind of onto something when we were joking about our 16 Sisters garden, which was kind of a spin-off of the Three Sisters garden, but we had literally planted like 7 or 8, maybe even 10 different things within one bed.
And they all did really well and
they
thrived.
kind of did well, all but the cantaloupes.
Yeah, I just think it's cantaloupe for us, really. But
yeah, I'm not sure.
2 years in a row, we've gotten cantaloupe.
Yeah, yeah. And then the ones that we let go further, they kind of rot off the vine. So maybe they're over-ripened. I don't know.
The problem with melons that a lot of people don't realize is they do need a lot of water. They need more water than your usual plants. So like with me this year, I've got my rows of potatoes set up, and I've spaced them out at least a good, 2.5, 3 feet between each row, so I can grow melons down the middle. And those melons, as they grow, will set out little tendrils, and they'll absorb more water per melon that they are growing. A lot of people think that you need to actually just water the base of the plant where you started that, that watermelon plant or cantaloupe. Yeah. No, you need to water the entire vine. That entire vine needs the water because they sit out these hard tendrils into the ground that suck up water for every melon they produce. So if you're looking, if you go out and your vine's, 9 feet long and you count 8 melons, you need to water in 8 different spots across that vine. Because if not, you're only going to get a big melon at one end and very teeny tiny, mushy, maybe almost root melons.
You literally just described what happened to us.
Right. And ours were growing vertically. So if they were sending out those nodes,
they weren't finding anything but air.
No, and don't grow melons vertically. I've tried it for so many years to save space. Do not. Squash are fine to grow vertically, but do not do melons. They send out those tendrils that, absorb all that extra moisture for the extra melons growing. If you don't have that in place, they're just absorbing air. So you're not getting anything from
That
it.
explains why
Oh,
they're just
so
rotting
much.
and falling off.
Every year we've done them vertically, Sarah, just to save space. Now you're telling us that like that it's impossible unless you give them something to feed nutrition out
So
of each
now
individual.
my brain automatically goes to, okay, now I'm going to put that into a container and I'm just going to let it grow across the lawn.
You know, now my brain's going, you know, the strawberry tower we did.
Yeah.
We can almost do something with that, but that would be really intricate and ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's a ginormous plant to try to put in something like that.
Well, it's just the nodes that need to be buried to get the nutrients in the water, right? Like those.
Right.
So if you made a hammock for each melon and it was able to feed off of each one of those pockets, but you see that's where it starts getting a little ridiculous.
I have baskets of dirt hanging everywhere.
Now, I don't know how far along on a vine. I've never measured it out, how long it like takes to put that other node out. It's a very big, thick, little swirly thing. It will go into the ground, and you'll know because when you go to pull your vines at the end of the year, they're hard to pull out in that section because they send out roots. You could probably do.
I
Say it again.
So we grew that
No,
vertically.
do
just
pumpkins do the same thing, or
Pumpkins can, but squash don't seem to need as much like melons do.
Yeah, I just kind of remember like going to a pumpkin patch and be like, "Oh, I'm going to pick this up," but it's like the vine. Why is this stuck here? Like, almost like it dug itself in.
Yeah, they'll actually like. It's almost like the secondary roots. They throw them out as they grow. People don't realize that like 90% of the stuff we grow are vines. They're not meant to be trellis. They're not meant to be, you know, pretty and blemish free as we grow them upwards. So even like tomatoes, that's why tomatoes grow so many roots as they're on the ground, because they want to keep growing longer and longer to create more root systems.
Yeah.
When you're looking at your melons, though, when you're talking about the strawberry planters, the Dollar Tree planters, you might be able to get away with it if you notice that node coming out, and it's going to come out as a very thick, long, like 1 inch, probably twice the size of a toothpick, little spear coming out, and you could bury that into a pot of soil.
Yeah.
If it's not to the actual planter itself. But that would give the roots time to go down and then go into the planter. And that might actually help.
Yeah. But like then it gets a little ridiculous after a while.
It's a lot of work. When you watch some of these channels, I'm just going to be honest, that are like, oh, we grew the best watermelons on all these vines trellising up our balconies and this and that. A lot of them are foreign countries or whatever. There's no way. You can't take a 8-inch pot and put a watermelon in it and then grow 40 watermelons on a vine because they need so much more nutrients and so much more water, unless they're going out there every day and holding water bottles to every little node to try to feed them. Yeah, those things don't work. It's
really good to know, Sarah. I guess that it makes YouTube a good place and a bad place, because you do pick up all these tips, and unless you don't know.
Yeah.
In suburban, that's true. What works for one area doesn't always work for other places.
No,
that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
And
I'm in South Carolina. I'm in hot, humid. Like right now, my greenhouse runs at like 116 degrees.
87 today.
87.
Oh, you guys are lucky. I've been trying to keep mine cool. I've got fans plugged in. We're looking into an air conditioner.
Yeah.
We pulled our chimney out today and put the fan in its place.
Yeah. Oh, I took apart our wood stove and I tucked it in the corner, and I was able to fabricate a table
over top of it, so that it's not just sitting there taking up space.
So now where that is, it's like a nice table where all of our seedlings are going tomorrow morning.
Bright and early.
Yep, bright and early. We're gonna move our seedlings out to the greenhouse, and we're heading to Mount Monadnock.
Robert can hear us now. Yay!
Nice. So yeah, Sarah, you didn't answer. Do you hike? Do you go hiking? Do you like hiking?
I used to,
Yeah.
but then I had 2 more children than I should have.
Yeah.
And I have no time for it anymore. So, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what we're doing tomorrow. We're pretty excited about it.
I'm pretty new to the whole hiking thing. Like I've done trails, obviously, like flat trails, but not mountainous.
I'm hoping to get her to conquer her first mountain tomorrow.
That'd be cool. I actually live in an area where I'm surrounded by, they're actually labeled as mountains. Big mountains here, and some of them are military camps, but they're opened up all the time, and you can like hike for hours and hours and hours. And they have waterfalls and, you know, all sorts of stuff. And that's something that we're going to try to do this year is, you know, get the kids out a little more.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're going to bring the camera, hopefully go live when we're at the summit. And yeah. Just
check for your internet first. Cause yeah.
I'm hoping because of line of sight, you know, the direct signal from summit to signal or summit to tower, it'll work. We'll see.
Oh. His tuxedo shirt?
Yeah.
My husband likes your shirt.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I figured I'd dress for the occasion.
Enjoy your hike tomorrow.
Yeah, I want her to enjoy it more than me. I've done this mountain. This will be my 3rd time now. So I want it to be good for her. That's all.
Cool.
Yeah.
How long is it, like a trail?
So it's 2.7 miles to the summit. And it's more like hilly instead of straight incline. It's more like here's a hill, here's a hill, here's a hill, the entire way up.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's a really nice, mellow, nice day. 60 degrees should be perfect.
Wow.
Nice. Yeah, that's the time to do it.
Yeah, right. Like either early spring or late fall. You don't want to do it in the dog days of summer.
It's too hot. We used to go in the Appalachian Trail up near Boone, and you couldn't do it during summer. It's too hot. Even though it's cooler there, it's still way too hot.
You can sit right. I got you another break.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna let you talk to my husband for a minute.
Oh, okay. Excellent.
Chris, this is Brian. In case you didn't know.
Hey,
yeah, we've met, you know, through the web here. Yeah.
Yep.
No, the Mount Monadnock sits at 3,200 feet. It should only be like a 2-hour hike to the summit, maybe 2.5 if we, you know, stop and videotape and all that good stuff.
Oh, cool. That won't be bad.
Yeah. We have a series that we did last year of I forget the river, but it's the Kangamangas Highway, and we did a lot of hiking there, and we did a lot of recording, like 3 hours of recording of us hiking different things. Yeah, just another thing we do on our channel. We basically put our life on YouTube.
Nice.
That's what we do.
Very nice.
Yeah. Well, that's lying so hard, but I can't seem to do anything else, but I ain't going to say much about that. All right, Robert. Q, what's up? Sorry, I was bringing in the 70s and 80s music. Oh, really? Nothing wrong with that.
No,
it's better
definitely.
than this new age crap.
Yeah, I don't even listen to the radio anymore because no. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's been 5 years since we've watched movies or listen. Well, for me, listen to the radio. She still listens to it, but no, we literally just do YouTube, nothing else. I listen to meditation music, either that or I make it.
That's funny. Hey, Robert. Sorry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no. I listen to almost every, all the older stuff up until like, the mid 20 teens maybe, and I can't listen to anything after that.
Yeah. Pretty much. I can't even remember the last thing I used to listen to that was new school. I'm more Pink Floyd and Metallica, like old school.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
that was there when I grew up. I
Like maybe
love that.
Disturbed. So I guess that's 20 teens again, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was
Disturbed.
it. I can't do anything after that.
Yeah. No. But this one, she listens to all kinds of rap crap and hip hop.
Listen to rap.
She listens to all kinds of
Gangster's Paradise about it.
I can do the I can do the older stuff. That I don't mind that much, but now it's like no, thank you.
Not this new age stuff.
Yeah.
I get in the car with my niece nowadays, and I feel like my parents. I'm like, what is this?
Like,
what are you listening? You can't even understand it.
Yeah, it's all it is computer manipulated sounds.
That is now true. That's right.
Yeah, there's no instrumental. There's no instrumental talent.
Or vocal.
No.
Yeah. Or
Very
vocal
true.
talent, as Gina says. Everybody disguises their voice with the robot and all that crap. Like,
Yeah. Well, now I mean, heck, they can manipulate your voice to sound like anything anymore.
yeah,
You don't have to be able to sing.
right. Yeah, pretty much.
All right, well, Sarah's back. Y'all have a good evening. Like I said, enjoy your hike tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. You all will see it in a video coming soon.
Sounds good. See you later.
Yeah, have a good one, man.
Go to bed.
You too.
All right. Good night.
Night.
I'll see you in the morning or the afternoon.
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 Captain.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Q, that was Sarah's husband.
Yes, it was.
That was a special.
Yeah, it was a special. Is that a first for him?
I've seen him in
He
video.
sat down with me on my live that one time when I did
Yeah.
one live one time,
Yeah,
forever
yeah,
ago. But yeah, he doesn't interact on YouTube very often. He's always busy or working. So,
Pretty much, yeah.
but he's a nice guy. I mean, he's a good guy. So,
I didn't say anything, Sarah.
no, I'm just saying, like, you guys can learn to like him at some point when he comes around.
Yeah.
When he's around.
What are you doing? Are you eating? She's eating chocolates over here.
I want ice cream. I've been dying for ice cream.
Maybe we'll treat ourselves after the hike.
Get fat.
We'll go get ice cream after we get done hiking.
Ooh, they have that ice cream bar up there.
Oh yeah? It's not up there, it's to the west.
Either way.
If you get to the top of the mountain, at the top of the mountain, there is an ice cream bar. And it's unlimited, and you can get everything you want. I promise.
That would be amazing, actually. What a gimmick. Huh?
You would make so much money in the summer if you did that up here.
Oh, yeah.
But I would make it so there was like no trash. It's like you only get ice cream cones. So that way you have to eat the whole dang thing.
Or if you don't, at least the wildlife can eat it.
Or the wildlife could eat it. But it just people are trashy, And I mean that as like they just don't know how to pick up after themselves.
No, it's so bad. Cleaning.
Get you to me. Robert. You're funny.
Yeah.
He's hilarious.
Louis, are you wearing glasses?
Yeah.
That's the first time I've seen you in glasses.
It's the sophisticated side of Louis.
Yeah, it's the sophisticated marshmallow.
Yeah. Well, the lighting under when I get my eyes, what I don't have a license, but when I drive at dark, I can't see all that great. When I read in the dark, I don't see all that great. When I look at cell phone screen or the laptop screen in the dark, like the darker light, I don't see all that great.
Yeah, I'm getting to
So-
that point where driving at night is scary.
Yeah.
Someone's yelling at me, going, "You suck at driving." I'm like, I can't see anything. Of course, I'm gonna suck.
Yeah.
Well, at least you're
I
not
don't
like
suck at
me. I have one eye that's covered in reflection, and then the other one that's normal.
Right. Well, we have to
Weird.
angle everything just right, even the laptop screen, because of my glasses and the reflections.
Ah.
Like I have a light over here that's tilted this way, that way,
Hey,
a light
Q.
there. The computer screen is kind of down, so it's not, reflecting my glasses.
When I did the karaoke video, I had to take my glasses off because I actually brought my screen up like 12 inches. I stacked so many boxes just to not have a reflection, and it still would not stop. So I was like, whatever, taking the glasses off, and I'm trying to read the screen. This is the best part. I'm trying to read the screen to go along with the words, but the only video I found that was like good with the music that I wanted was actually it was the part in that Leonardo DiCaprio movie where he's fighting the bear and getting eaten alive. So I'm watching him getting eaten alive by a bear, trying to read the screen. I'm dying laughing.
That's
Oh,
great.
it was so
You
hard.
should have set up a camera behind you too. That would have been priceless. So it's
Well, then it got worse because then it changed. It was a bulldog watching the screen and barking at it the entire time, but the music subbed over. Then the next part was It the Clown and all the jump scares that came from that movie. And then it was the dog watching himself on screen, barking at all of these things happening. And that's why it took me so many times to sing that song, because I just kept dying laughing. It was hilarious.
yeah.
I love those dog ones where they're just sitting there watching TV, having such human reactions to
Oh, great.
Yeah, I don't do that stuff.
Okay, I know. It's okay. Let loose sometimes.
I do. I listen to meditation music and I let loose.
Q says, I'm going to get a purple cabbage tomorrow because my green one is awesome growing. Awesome.
Yeah, she did the cabbage experiment that I did, where you cut the bottom off the cabbage and let it regrow.
Yep.
But she did Brussels sprouts.
Ooh,
And so she cut the bottoms off, and she has little Brussels sprouts growing too.
that's cool.
Yeah.
That is very cool, actually.
That's one of the things I'm slacking on.
Yeah,
this year.
well, you can do that with onions and carrots and a whole bunch of stuff. Believe it or not.
Oh,
Yeah, but
Broccoli.
cabbages, I mean, most people don't know about cabbages, and you can cut the bottom off at about, 2 to 3 inches from the base and reroot that. And it will grow 5 or 6 different little cabbage plants off of it. Now, they're not ginormous cabbage heads. You get, a good size head, but you can regrow a lot of stuff from the grocery store. It's amazing.
Well, the thing that I think of with that is if you can continue to do that from the little cabbages you have, do the same thing. It's like a constant supply going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What's another thing you can do?
Celery.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I got 2 celery things in there, and they're coming back.
Yep.
Yeah.
You
you
can,
are.
you can use beets too. I didn't realize that. I watched this one channel. I've been friends with her since I started YouTube, and she grows beets from the beet tops. She'll just cut the top off and leave the green on, and then plant those in her garden, and they grow secondary beets.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, right on a plate of water, huh?
Yep.
Yeah,
A
like
bowl,
already-
actually, like a cereal bowl or something, right? So
Yeah.
there you go.
Why not?
I did that last year, and I think they all grew, but I think this year I'm gonna keep an eye on them in the bowl because, like you said, sprout up 3 more. One.
You had better reception on the other side of the house, Lewis.
Yeah.
You're breaking up really bad.
But you were great over by the celery.
Well, that's me and Chris's thing. Like, John telling us to plant the onions that had started sprouting in the house and stuff. Honestly, I think the onion tops are better than chives ever thought of being.
Yeah, yeah, the onion greens, those are so good. Purple cabbage. This is homestead. I've done that and beets and radishes. Yeah, yeah. We did it with those plum tomatoes.
We could use some compost that's already processed too, like hundreds of pounds of it now.
Yeah, we were just saying that we got to refill. We got to drop at least $100 of soil into our
greenhouse, and then we still have 3 massive beds.
But that we can do with what we've been doing.
Yeah.
No, we're probably gonna have to buy like $200 of soil. Like,
oh, tell me about it. I went through 3 or 4 square yards of horse manure. I just put 6 yards of triple mix in there, and that cost me about $300 for the triple mix. I got to get for the 6 yards. I got to get hopefully another 3 or 4 square yards of horse manure and another 6 yards of triple mix.
Yeah.
Because I added last summer, I added a couple of beds and a couple of other beds around the house. There.
You have a really awesome setup, Lewis.
If
nobody has told you that, you have a really awesome setup.
Yeah.
We
really like your garden setup. Like,
yeah, since the pandemic, right? The one with the white tarp is where I started off with half of that one. And when the first summer of the pandemic hit, and then I doubled that one. Then I got strawberry patch in, and then I put the one there. I put a video where I'm putting all my rhubarb at the back fence there. That's my root. I put that one in at the same time. Then I put where my garlic bed is there by that one tree, the elderberry tree I cut down. I put that one in. Then where all my mint is around the house, I'm gonna start planting on the one side there. I put some sinks in there, and like kitchen and stainless steel and bathroom sinks in there.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna plant some more herbs and put my turmeric and ginger in there. So
yeah. So you basically did the same thing we did when the whole pandemic happened.
Oh, I wonder if that will show up. I don't want
you just started building and gardening.
Well, it was out of fear of people handling the food at first, right? You know what I mean? Bring it home in the house and on the counters. And I don't want to sit here and say I'm not the cleanest guy, but I ain't the dirtiest guy either. You know what I mean? I'm a single guy that lives alone, right? So, you know, the thing of it is,
you can't see it. They're invisible stalks.
Yeah.
Oh no!
So my ginger, you can't see the green, but it's up to here now.
Hold on. Let me try.
Oh, that's funny.
I can see it.
Real quick.
I can see some of it.
I'm just gonna say, invisible plants would be the coolest thing to grow right now, because then nobody knows you're growing them. So you could just walk out to your garden and have all your invisible plants running around.
So yeah, that's my ginger.
Oh wow!
Once they get some light, once they get some light, that is it, and they get a steady, consistent amount of light. That's it. It's all over but the cry, and they will grow like no time.
You should have gotten the potatoes. These are impressive.
Yeah, they're not going so well right now.
I like this. I'm getting savvy with this whole computer thing nowadays. Like,
we gotta get some.
Yeah, you see our makeshift studio. Behind this is our closet.
I was getting a little too top heavy.
Oh, yeah, look at these.
Sweet potatoes.
Right?
That's nice.
They're rocking and rolling. Yeah, we are so ready. So ready.
A buddy of mine gave me a bunch of tires that he ripped out the rims out of. And I got them filled up. I stacked them too high and put them with all my potato area there for more potatoes.
Yeah. Water all that stuff tonight. with some fertilizer.
Want all that out there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means I need to get another bag of potatoes, which is
Now, I'm subconsciously, I know that the potato
Check the plumbing.
seeds that you get from Tractor Supply, etc., they're just, what we get from the grocery store. But I have this really like, maybe, just maybe, I'll get a ton of potatoes this year because I bought my potato sets this year. But I mean, it's obviously the same difference.
Now I planted both. I planted, store-bought potatoes that I sprouted, and then I planted sets that I, purchased just because I've got to get 50 pounds of potatoes to level up. So I was like, I'm going to put everything in the ground that I can. I can tell you that my store-bought stuff is so much bigger and lush compared to the store-bought stuff.
Well, that's
or not the store-bought, sorry, the purchased.
That's depressing. We do have a few more that came from store-bought clearance potatoes that I got to get out there. But I mean, the first plant that I'm seeing coming up, it looks different than any of the potato plants we had last year. Like, it's already just a lush base. So
now what's weird about mine, I need to do an update to show it. I planted everything in 3 rows in the back of my garden. But when you get down to this last little section, those were all seed potatoes of the same kind. I did not mix anything up. I didn't care to. Everything else I just kind of threw in the garden wherever, it would go. But I have 3 or 4 plants with different leaves than the other potato plants.
Well,
but they all came from the same bag. So it makes me wonder if there's some sort of like cross that came out in the, the field. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
It'll be cool to see what comes out of it, though. That's,
Well,
that's the best part of potatoes. It's like Christmas morning when you pull those up.
When the farmer got it, maybe that potato seed or however they do it on the farm was a different potato than the rest of them. Sometimes that might happen.
They all looked the same and had the same coloring when the sprouts came out. The eyes sprouted. And I only bought 2 different types to replant. So I don't know. It's kind of weird. I'm just thinking there was some sort of cross in the fields or something. But I honestly have never looked up if potatoes can cross-pollinate. I know, other plants can, but I've never looked up potatoes. So I don't know.
They can, maybe, right? Like, who knows?
I know corn can. You have to keep it within, like, a mile radius away from each other to make sure it doesn't cross-pollinate. But I would think as a commercial farmer, you're planting one of the same type of potatoes in all of your fields. And then moving over to, this other field 10 miles away and planting the same potato there. So I don't know. It's going to be weird, whatever it is. I don't know.
The last place I was living at, I was renting an acre off of a 100-acre farm, and my landlord lived right across the street from me. And everything up there, I don't know how long a mile is, but up here we get the kilometer system, and my front door, step out of there to his front door was a kilometer. So you're talking like he's planting crops right across the street to maybe 2 kilometers away, right? If not more. Between this, because he's got 250 acres on one side of the street plus grazing, and then he had 100 acres on my side plus grazing. So, most farmers, and then he had another field he rented on my side of the street after his 100 acres on my side, right? So, if you're planting 2 different types, you know what I mean? It's bound to happen, right? It really is.
It is.
So, Lewis, a kilometer is just about a little over a half a mile.
0.6 of a mile.
Huh.
1 kilometer.
Yes. So, you know what I mean? Like, if you're talking about a 2-kilometer thing up in a mile, in the States, right? So it's bound to be it's that easy. You know what I mean? Bees need about
There's your
a
answer
couple
right
of
there.
acres.
If the music and lights are low and slow and the mood is right, all kinds of things can happen, even for potatoes.
Right?
That is the quote of the year.
Turn that into a shirt. Have like one bumblebee going over to a different flower.
And Robert, as far as the sweet potatoes go, I lived and learned. I tried drowning sweet potatoes last year.
Yeah.
And I did eventually get one slip. It took
After
6 months.
Yeah. 6 months for one slip. And
But
you just saw that after 3 months.
I have seen people be very successful with it. Passamaquoddy's using that method right now, and she's got all kinds of slips, but it did not work for me. And as soon as I realized I could lay that potato in some dirt, my life changed.
Yeah. That it does really great. Like you guys saw it.
And plus, it to me, it's not as complicated as doing the water method, because you have to pull those plants off, stick them in water, wait for them to root, as opposed to doing it in the dirt. As your plants start to grow, if you just push the dirt up to that plant, it starts growing its own roots right there, and then you just have to pick it off and plant it.
Yeah. I can't wait for that. What did you say? We had 20 pounds of chits?
What the
well, I was
potatoes?
checking the plumbing. Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying I'm really excited. I know there really isn't a difference between store-bought and purchased seed potatoes. But the fact that we bought them, no, Sarah said her store-bought is doing better than her purchased ones.
Really? See, I would have figured the chit bag seeds that you buy would come from a farm, as opposed to a store would be a more processed manner of growing vegetables. Yeah, no, that's just me thinking out loud. That's all.
The potato world is very secret. I'm just gonna.
All right. What's this? Cosmic. That was truly not something Jedi should have said in front of Princess Warrior. Yeah, no. All I can hear in the background is the music. It's it all. That's all.
Sounds like a good research topic, says Robert.
It really does, yeah.
The only person, I'm going to be honest, the only person I've ever seen on YouTube, and I follow a lot of channels, and I've watched YouTube for years and done research, but the only channel I've ever seen do anything about potato seed, not seed potatoes, but potatoes going to seed, is Geeky Gardens. He grew sweet potatoes and let them vine up and actually produce seeds. And he's now growing sweet potatoes from the seeds he saved from his sweet potatoes.
That's awesome.
And that's the only thing I've ever learned of seeds when it comes to potatoes.
We actually got potato seeds last year, Sarah.
Maybe that's what
Did you keep them?
That mountain found.
Maybe. I don't know. No, they should be in here.
Somewhere.
We're trying to figure out where we put them. Because
that's the worst part.
We got 3 seeds.
Yeah, 3 measly seeds.
And yeah, we wanted to put them in a place where they could stay dry. But now, of course,
put them in such a good place, we'll never find them again.
See, Sarah, this is our studio, our bathroom, our bedroom, our living room, our dining room, all right here in this space.
I understand.
So I used the old Google and I asked if potatoes can cross-pollinate. This is how basic of answer they gave me. It says potatoes are grown from pieces of tubers, so they do not cross-pollinate in the garden. That was it.
Now I know beans don't cross-pollinate. There are certain breeds of vegetables that just cannot.
Yeah.
Even if they you save the seeds and they look different, it's really not a cross-pollination. It's just a I don't know how to say it. It's almost like you've changed their genetic slightly, but
Yeah.
they still produce the same bean. I did not know anything about potatoes. I've never done that sort of research.
See, it just shows you how reliable Google is. Homestead Aquarius got a different answer.
Yeah. After a quick search, I found that potatoes can be cross-pollinated with other potatoes, but it is difficult to do
Unless on purpose.
So unless you are literally going out to create a new variety of potato.
Yeah, how would that exactly work though? Because it's not like
the flowers though.
Yes, I understand it has flowers, but hear me out.
Okay.
The flowers do not create anything except for seed. They don't create the tubers.
It's got to do something. It's got to feed them or do something to the tubers.
Creates the seed. That's the only purpose of the flower.
So then off the seed, you are getting... So that's where it is. You're not going to get... The tuber isn't going to produce a new type. But if that flower seeds, it's going to be of, per se, a sweet potato and a russet. So the seed that produces off of that flower would be a sweet russet. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. I know it won't work, but maybe it will. It would be a sweet russet because the bee pollinated russet with the sweet potato flower. That's the only way.
Now, step back a minute there.
Yep.
Because sweet potatoes and regular potatoes are two different.
Yeah, that's what I was going with.
For just to talk about. So yes, how about a red bliss russet? How's that?
Sounds great.
So a bee would take the pollen from a red russet, come over to the red russet, the russet, and pollinate a red bliss. And off of that seed would come your new variety of potato. That's the sense I would make from it.
Now, Suburban Hillbilly said it doesn't matter because you're digging the potatoes before the seeds are actually mature. And that's a different thing when you're thinking about things growing underground based on what's above ground.
Yeah,
I mean, these aren't...
It wouldn't have effect on the tubers. That's not what I'm saying.
Right. No, I'm just saying.
The seed that it produces.
Let her finish.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just saying, like, what you're growing underground would produce one thing, but if your flowers are cross-pollinating across the top, you would have to let those potatoes really sit for a very long time for those seeds to actually mature 100%.
Yeah.
And then create whatever cross-pollinations there. I know you guys have seen the signs and stuff when it comes to harvesting potatoes, when they start to yellow, when they start to, move and flop and this and that. So unless we are growing a plant and fertilizing it to stay very strong and green, maybe we can't cross-pollinate them in the same sense that we're thinking. Yeah. Like we're harvesting too quickly and killing off that plant before the seeds produce something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a horrible analogy on my part. I apologize for I was just trying to make a simple point out of a horrible analogy.
We got what you were saying, regardless.
Yeah. Remember, I'm the builder. She's the gardener.
Trying to.
Listen, I am not any better of a gardener than any of you. You guys grow just as hard and as strong as I do. The only difference is I read a lot of books and I've done a lot of research.
And you have about 3,000 square feet more than us.
Yes, but I don't use the big terminology, scientific words and things like that. But I want to help and explain and make people grow better. I don't want to come across as though I'm the best gardener out there. I've never said that. No, I just grow what I do and I experiment just as much as everybody else. I'm not saying anything wrong towards anybody else at all. I'm just saying gardening is gardening and we all get some sort of food in the end.
Here's the thing. You shouldn't have to explain yourself like that because the culmination of all of our ideas and sharing it with everybody who's in this chat is what it's about. Even the other day, you were like, wow, I have learned something off of you guys. And we were looking at each other going, what? What? The great Sarah is, we're teaching the great Sarah. What? We were blown away. So it's the culmination of all these ideas and sitting here discussing about
Q, I
it.
believe they are. I'm not positive though.
I don't know. You don't have to explain yourself, Sarah, basically. Like, we want this knowledge. It's amazing that you're willing to give your time out of your life, your family, your day to share it with us, just to, oh, by the way, you can plant carrots with tomatoes and it's beneficial to one another. Like, thank you for that. Really.
Hibiscus family is not part of the nightshades, from what I understand. Nightshades are like tomatoes, potatoes. You do get some peppers and some herbs in there as well. I would say that sweet potatoes are not in the hibiscus family, from what I know.
From what I'm looking at, it says morning glory family.
Right. I was going to say it's a vining with a different type of leaf, and I see it as the morning glory, the trumpet flowers, things of that nature. They just produce tubers.
And man, those things spread, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
The decorative ones that I got last year, they came up in the spot where I planted them, and now they're going across the car. I'm like, there's more. There's going to be sweet potatoes under there.
Yeah.
They will.
Yeah, there's going to be like one long
10-pound sweet potato.
Snake-looking tubular.
It'll be cool. It'll be cool in 10 years to dig it up and see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Just to say, and in case people don't know, tobacco's in the nightshade family, tomatoes, potatoes, those things are considered poisonous when ingested as not a fruit. So nightshade family, like deadly nightshade, as they call it, is the worst of that family. So if you're dealing with any sort of celiac disease, skin issues, I don't know how to describe it, but if you're having health problems, headaches, migraines, things of that nature, and you are a smoker, you eat tomatoes, you eat eggplants, you eat potatoes, a lot of that has to do with the poisons that are in that actual plant. I have done a lot of research because my family has a lot of health issues when it comes to food, and nightshade family is the worst to be allergic to. So seriously, if you're getting headaches nonstop and you're a smoker and you get migraines during the day, or the sunlight bothers your eyes, or you're eating too many tomatoes and you're getting heartburn too much and things like that, you need to knock out the nightshades for a while. You need to take those out of your diet to find which one it is that actually is affecting you. You'd be surprised. It may be as simple as just the potato.
I would be devastated if that was the case.
I would too.
You are now an internet kitty. Ha ha. He's looking at me like, you bastard.
Oh.
Am I not holding you right?
Okay.
Oh, you knocked my camera down.
Wow. What was that? Your kitty?
Yeah, you knocked my camera down.
I heard it. I'm gonna go talk to him.
I was being funny to show you my cat. He walked in the room and he knocked my camera down.
Oh, he hates being on. He started clawing at us.
He knows when he's on camera.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't usually get bothered by anything, but I think he saw your cat and freaked out.
Oh crap! There's another cat.
That's funny. Oh yeah, give him cat treat.
Oh, now you want something to do with me? Well, come on.
Yeah, right. He's not coming up here.
Yeah, you want to bet?
Yeah, I do.
Smoke.
No, I don't have the treats, dude. He's like freaking out. These are like catnip laced treats.
All right. Here.
We're even growing catnip for our cats.
Yeah, I actually purchased one at the store because I couldn't wait. Couldn't wait for my seeds to germinate, which they did, but
for 100% sure.
I hate the smell of catnip.
It is not my favorite smell. Oh, Sarah, that's a question I wanted to ask you. So I have,
Q, I know where you're going with that.
what would you say, like 6 mint that lasted through the winter?
Oh yeah, you had 6 mint. You at least 6 mint
And to
plants
me,
coming back.
they smell so different this year. They're almost like gasoline, turpentine,
Yeah,
really strong.
Yes.
Does that
And
happen?
it's milk?
Yeah, it's regular
yeah.
mint.
But it's like super strong, like almost. Yeah, I guess you could say turpentine.
How long have you been growing it?
This is the 2nd year.
Okay, you may need to go ahead and let it get kind of bigger and cut it down. It's probably trying to produce a seed. And unfortunately, mint is a hybrided plant. Mint's very hard to grow from seed because the seeds are not true seed anymore.
Yeah.
So if it's spearmint or peppermint, those are the 2 that I know as a mint variety that are true still. If it's anything besides that, I mean,
I'm pretty sure it's spearmint. I'm almost positive it's spearmint, if I remember.
yeah, I would let it get a little bigger and then cut it down and let those new little shoots come out, because you're looking at that seed growth. That's what I call it, where they're wanting to produce the seed to, regrow itself.
Yeah.
And that stuff can be a little strong and a little, smelly.
It's just completely weird. Like,
Yeah.
I finally got a shoot that was about this big today. I stuck my face in it, expecting that lovely mint smell. I was like, oh my God, what is that?
Yeah.
So, of
Did
course,
you
I shoved it
taste
in
it?
Chris's face. I did not taste it.
All right, try tasting it first, because sometimes the oils in there will still taste really sweet and good. If the oils have gone sour, then yeah, it's definitely going to seed. And that it's like with lettuce. When lettuce goes to seed, it gets bitter.
I guess that really bitter. Ugh.
Right. And that's what the change is.
Yeah. Interesting.
Let it grow, let it go until you cut her down.
Yeah. You were starting to sing that?
Yeah, that's from Frozen. Let it go.
Frozen.
The movie, the Disney movie.
Oh.
Yeah, obviously you didn't hang out with Savannah very often.
No, me and kids don't get along. Well, kids don't like me because I'm a giant, and I don't like
She
kids
loved you.
because they just don't talk. Yeah, she used
Okra,
to.
that's hibiscus family.
Is it?
Yes, you can eat the flowers of okra
Really?
and hibiscus.
Well, I knew hibiscus. I hear a lot of people talking about it. Lois, that looks like a horrible angle, buddy. I'm just saying. It looks like you're doing something you shouldn't be doing on camera.
Mr. Marshmallow, come on.
Yeah, I'm not the perv boy, okay? That's Chris' new name, the perv boy. It doesn't look like a nice angle there. What are you doing? This is my live stream, man. What are you doing?
You could never see the bottom half of me, so I can't say anything. You guys don't know what I'm wearing, or if I'm wearing. So
You are. There's no banana hammock going on.
oh, there is. Oh, there is.
You want to see what I'm playing with? There you go. That's what I'm playing with.
Nice. What is it?
That's pomegranate.
Cool.
Oh, is that your baby pomegranate?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pomegranate being grown up there in the Arctic Circle.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, you're not that.
And no homestead. I'm not sniffing the roots on that one. I'll never sniff the roots.
No,
Stem.
the
Sniff
stem.
the
Just
stem.
go stem. Be hardcore. Go stem.
I don't sniff nothing.
That's where all the good smell is.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
The only thing I would
Yeah.
ever sniff the roots of is cucumber. After we did the baggy method, Pulling those plants out of there, you could
You don't even
smell
need to. That's what's
cucumbers
amazing.
so
Like,
much.
you don't even need the sniffer. You could be like 3 feet away. And it's like wafting.
I cannot wait for cucumbers. I really can. I
Oh.
say that now, but as soon as they start coming, it's like, oh God, not more cucumbers.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm so sick of cucumbers.
When you pack your lunchbox with,
Cucumber.
cucumbers and a little bit of salt.
Beans.
Do you guys own a juicer?
No.
I think
You should look into that.
Yeah, that's really not a bad idea.
yeah, they have some.
I'm telling you, I sent you those Armenian cucumber seeds. I don't know how many you're growing this year or whatever, but last year I grew those and I would get like, I can't even put it on screen. They were so big, ginormous cucumbers. And
Yeah,
instead of smoothies, juice those with whatever else you harvest in the morning, along with, throwing in a couple apples and grapes, whatever you're, want to juice that morning.
Yeah, your fruit smoothie for the day. Fruit and
It
veggie.
3 days to juice an entire Armenian cucumber. 3 days. That's how big they can get.
So it would be like a one breakfast for me.
Yeah.
I have a 4.5 pound fruit smoothie every morning, Sarah.
Right, but the difference is instead of the smoothie that's giving you all that sweet fruit that adds that, sugary quality or whatever, you can add in that sweet from the cucumber and all the vegetables on top of that. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah.
I'll drink a quart jar of juice, not even all the way, and I am full for at least 6 hours out of a day. It just fills me up so much. And that's a good way to use your garden.
Yeah.
And then you can turn around and compost the leftovers.
Right.
And throw it right back into your garden. Really.
Or you can put them in spaghetti sauce. Just saying. There are many times I've taken all those little bits and thrown them with tomatoes at the end of the day and made spaghetti sauce, and it tastes so good.
It probably thickens up your tomato sauces too, doesn't it? Oh
Sarah,
yeah. You are brilliant.
Thank you.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, you just incorporating the garden with kitchen. I never would have thought of that. I would have just been like compost.
How would you know there was a Terminator? He's got that ability to hide himself.
Oh my goodness, we're talking Terminator now? I don't know.
Yeah, I'd be more afraid of the 2-legged dogs too.
Yeah. Well, unless they're the robotic dogs that they have nowadays, the Terminator dogs.
Oh, yeah. Those things are crazy.
Yeah. Which is real.
Drop kick it.
It's no longer a conspiracy theory, people. There are Terminator dogs, robotic dogs.
I saw pictures.
I've seen them in action.
Yeah, Boston. What is it called? The Boston group there that does the robotics.
Yeah, Boston Robotics.
That was easy.
Yeah, Boston Robotics.
Yeah, they invented them, and
now they do them for bomb hunting, so a human doesn't have to go in there with the the humongous suit. They just send in a robotic dog. They also have it for mine sweeping. I'm sure they'll have gun attachments to them,
But the awesome part about it is in the process of making these dogs, they also started making parts for amputees and stuff like that. Like they got ideas out of the whole thing.
Yeah. So amputees are getting their limbs back. That's the good of it, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. I'd be pretty intimidating if I had a robotic dog come up to me with a Gatling gun on its back.
Suburban, we've actually thought about asking him about that. So he's only got 2 chickens left, and we were having a conversation with him this year. He's probably not going to get any more chickens. Like he's done. He still has 7 ducks?
Yeah.
And a 2-year-old now. So the 2-year-old, since they had the baby, it's kind of taken a back seat to the child, which is the way it should be. But I'm sure
my
even
goodness.
I'm sure even if we just asked him if we could have his fall clean out, he would probably just give it to us with no trade.
Robert
He just wheelbarrows it
sniped
out back and sticks it in a pile anyway.
See, you guys sniped him right out. Robert got him first, and
Well,
Sarah finished him
At
off.
least it wasn't something super crazy tonight.
Yeah, like the Hitler dude. That's disgusting. The names that come across.
I tried to hide him, but accidentally unhid him because somebody was faster than me. So
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Robert sniped him. That's fine. It's just ridiculous. You know?
Hopefully we'll have our own chickens here soon enough, Suburban.
Yeah, after the meeting.
Yeah.
After the poop troop meeting.
We don't want to get chicks, especially, and then be like, oh crap, we have to go all the way to Ohio for 4 days and leave that responsibility with his mom and dad, because they're not doing so good health-wise, especially his mom. She's been having some serious vertigo attacks and like blacking out, to the point of blacking out. So we don't want her outside trying to feed and water chickens. Hello, Idaho Garden Girl.
What's up, Idaho?
I'm sorry, guys. Apparently, when I was doing that, I hid Suburban Hillbilly, and I did not mean to. It's my internet being so slow, and I meant nothing by that at all. I've unhidden you. I apologize for doing anything like that.
I was like, oh no, we don't know how to do
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't really know how to do that, but it looks like you're all over it. No, I get it. Trust me, I get it.
So yeah, so long story short, after the meetup we're going to on June 12th, hopefully Chris will have the chicken coop built by then. So when we get back, we just go pick out our chicks and
I'll have it built.
And the other part that I like about getting them in June is I don't necessarily have to keep them in the house and keep them warm, because it will be warm enough outside by then.
Yeah. I can't wait to move the plants out to the greenhouse now. That's what I'm excited for.
I thought you were the Terminator.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The first person I think I'm true.
No, Suburban Hillbilly, I promise you, it's looking on the camera, the way that this looks compared to my actual screen on my computer is seconds, like 15 to 20 seconds off. So when I click something, it's the wrong thing. I didn't think anything badly of you. I just clicked on something beforehand, and my bad internet chose you.
I usually play it slow, really slow now, to see if somebody else got it, because like every time I would go to hit a bot, I would time the wrong person out. Or everybody would be like, oh my God, you blocked me, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it started like an internet fist fight.
Didn't mean to block you. It was an accident.
Yeah, man.
I mean, good thing came out of it. Robert's going to run for president. So,
yay! Robert,
I
think you're a shit.
Yeah. At least president for Shed Wars. Right? Yeah, why not?
I don't know. I've never seen a shed. He's never shown a physical shed. I think he just uses the woods. Like that's his grow site, his poop site, whatever. We need to see a shed from Robert at some point.
Yes. Yeah. I don't even know if he has one. Do you have a shed, Robert? That'd probably be a requirement to be president of Shed Wars.
I know he has a door. He could start to build from a door and some cinder blocks.
Right?
I've seen that.
It's a start, right?
Absolute.
You're such a good kitty.
No, he's not. He's a little bastard, as John would say. And listen while I lay down, CBD oil and ribs don't mix.
Oh boy.
That sounds like a good night to me, honestly. Vote for you, even if you do poop in a shit.
Nothing wrong with pooping in a shed.
Right, Sarah?
Everybody poops.
We were discussing that.
Oh my god!
We were
No,
telling
discussing
somebody-
it.
We were telling somebody how you have like a pea shack, and they're like, "What if
I
you
do.
That
like
was our
poop in
live
it?"
last weekend.
I don't know. She's like, "What if you poop in it?" It's like, well, I mean, you're the one cleaning it up, so I'm sure, like, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Right?
Oh, I was saying how we need one out there. Like it
that
is
too.
such a long freaking haul when you have to go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, men don't understand the same way women do. When you have to go sometimes after having multiple children,
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
like
hold it.
now. It's
No.
now or never.
I understand. I've been
Right.
married for 10 years, Sarah. I understand.
Right.
completely.
So yeah, my garden may not seem that far away from my house, but I have to come, in the house, down a long hallway, through multiple rooms, all this stuff. So yes, I have a pea shed.
That does
Yeah.
not work after having children. When you gotta go, you got. Especially when you turn the hose on and you didn't have to pee before you turn the hose on. But the minute you turn the hose on, it's like, oh God, I gotta go.
Yep. Or when you're squatting, planting plants, multiple times, and then you're like, oh no, I've got to water them. And yeah.
Yeah.
So Robert has a couple of sheds. That's what he says.
One is a shed and one is just a crappy shed.
Make an outhouse shed.
No, like Chris's dad in the old house we lived at, he'd get outside working, didn't want to stop. And then all of a sudden you'd see him blow through the door, like running for the bathroom. So
Yeah.
he actually made a urinal out of a funnel in the shed. Just drilled a hole through the wall, stuck the funnel.
That's an old school trick. So my grandfather owned his own small engines repair shop. And he had the same thing. He had a funnel in the corner, and he drilled a hole through the wall down into the ground, to which he just hooked up a hose to the funnel, and you literally just, did your business in the funnel, and it would funnel outside.
They invented the shiwi before the shiwi was a thing.
Pretty much. Yeah. We got to figure that out, too. For tomorrow's.
Oh, 10 pound, 10 ounce. I tell him to tell his mother every Mother's Day how blessed he is to be in this world.
Okay.
He was like having a toddler, literally like having a toddler. I think he was 10 pounds, 8.
No, I was 9'7", but I was 24.
Yeah, 24 inches long.
All my babies were under 7 pounds. Like
Mine too.
my daughter
6'12" was the biggest.
My daughter was born at like 5 pounds, 4 ounces. Perfectly on time, no issues, no complications. And I took her out in public after, like 3 weeks of being born. And somebody said she was a preemie because she was so teeny. I had to hold her like this on my shoulder.
Yeah.
She was tiny. No, I had little babies. Luckily, little babies.
Yeah. Not 7 pounds, but I'll tell you, even 5 pounds is 5 pounds too much.
I guess, yeah.
Gina, you have 3 kids?
3 daughters, yeah.
I have 4.
Mine were 6'11", 6'11", 6'12". I thought I was on a roll with the 6'11". My last was 6'12". I'm like, you broke the trend.
Right.
It had to be different.
I had 7 pounds, 6 ounces, 5.6 ounces, 6.7, 6.9. But my last one, my water broke. Didn't even realize it. Sorry, I don't need me to talk pregnancy stuff, but my water broke and I didn't realize it. And I went to my husband and said, hey, I feel kind of weird. And he went, okay, what's wrong? And then the gush happened.
Yeah.
We got to the hospital and I felt so bad because the lady in the room said, are you going into labor? And I said, yeah, I think so. We're 20 minutes from the time I felt a movement of water. And she goes, okay, let me check you. Oh my God. And caught the baby. Like he came out within 30 minutes of being born.
That was my second one. Like my first, I was very young too. I was 16. So it was.
But if I had my last one, seriously, if I had my last one when I had my first one, I would have never done drugs or anything, no epidurals, no nothing. Because that quickness, once it's done, it's done. But yeah, the rest of them, I was so scared. I was so young. I had my oldest at 21. So he's 21 this year. It's crazy.
It goes by way too fast. My oldest is having her second daughter. I'm like, I can't even get over the fact that I'm a grandmother, but now to 2.
Yeah.
I'm way too young. 37 is way too young for that. But I was 16 when I had her, and that labor was nuts. 36 hours of nothing but agony. Second one, everybody knew their jobs. Like my oldest daughter wanted to be in the room. I let her be there. My mom was there. His mom was there. His sister was there. His brother was there. His I could have set up bleachers for this event. And they're all out in the hallway, like chit-chatting away. And next thing, the midwife was like, if you guys are going to be present for this birth, you better get in here because, it's happening with or without you. Literally one push, done. Like, thank God. My third one wasn't as well. It did not go as smoothly as that, but it was definitely, I can't believe I had children after my first labor. And I was 16 and my mom kept telling the doctors, like, I don't want her to have pain medication. She needs to feel this so it doesn't happen again. And like the doctor took that decision right out of her hands after like hour 24. Like, nope, she's getting something for the pain.
Honey, let me just say to you that there is nothing in the world, nothing that feels like childbirth.
No.
Nothing.
Nothing
You
at
can't
all.
compare at all.
Well, they say it's like breaking every single bone in your body at the same time. So, I mean, I guess that's a pretty good comparison.
Wait till you eat a box of Hot Pockets.
Yes,
like a kernel on
I was going to say, Lewis, it sounds like you've had that experience.
Yeah, in my younger days.
Hey, all I'm going to say is I have a 4-pound smoothie in the morning, and then I have another 4 or 5 pound meal after that every day. Use your imagination, people.
You need to eat more fiber and greens and black beans. That makes it a little bit better and safer.
Yeah.
Especially for the toilet. My God.
Well, lately, I've been eating a lot more salads and greens. So I'm having like fruit in the morning, salads at night. Like,
honestly, it makes you feel great.
Yeah, it really does. I can't wait for the garden, basically.
Yeah, especially your pelvic bone.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just going to say, because Homestead Aquarius just said, yeah, y'all want to give birth or, whatever. I am 42 years old and I would gladly have another baby because I miss those moments. I loved being pregnant. I love the baby joys, all that stuff. I know my body can't take it anymore, but if I need to procreate for the world, I'm here. I'm ready. I'll do it.
Yeah. If it has to be me, we're screwed. My tubes are tied.
Yep. Perfect.
They told me after my third, if I had another child, I would probably bleed to death.
What's going on?
So
right now?
I had to have a blood transfusion after my third. And we'll just say that the other participant was not even present for it. So, yeah.
No, I'm glad you
got that out of my system.
Oh, yeah. I'm totally glad about that. Trust me.
Yeah, how's that working for you now that you got a child? to take care of.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't have to change that child's diapers
Yet.
No,
Yeah,
never.
that's different.
No, I'm good with the feeding. I'm good with the diapering. I'm good with the teaching. Like,
Robert, we do have ultimate bragging rights because y'all
Hey,
can't
Robert.
do anything like that.
Ragnarok, you must be
Oh,
busy lately.
I was
buddy.
going to say, Ragnarok, you better give your wife the best Mother's Day ever.
Oh, that woman is she's the ultimate. I'm just gonna say. I mean,
Yeah.
She is
I
the
can't
ultimate.
imagine that family is amazing.
Yeah. Pretty much.
She said my wife feels the same way, Sarah. No more Ragnarok? You're not going to go for a 12?
Yeah, come on. Or Baker's dozen, 13.
11. I can't. Ragnarok, I honestly, it baffles me, but amazes me at the same time. 11 children.
Well, there is this thing I've heard where after a certain amount of children, you don't have to pay taxes anymore.
What?
It's something I heard about that, but you have to have like a dozen children.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of
Yeah.
kids.
I
It
thought
may
that
be-
was reality TV, like 12,000 counts, 12,000 kids and counting sort of thing. I did not know it had to do with taxes. That's crazy.
So my buddy who was passed, he had talked to me about this, and he was on that pace. Like every 9 months, his girlfriend was pregnant. Every 9 months, it was like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, oh, if you get to a certain amount of kids, you don't have to pay taxes anymore. I'm like, that can't be real. He's like, well, I hope it is because she's pregnant again. Like,
Oh my gosh.
but he passed away. Something to do with his brain, but he used to take horse tranquilizers.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but oh my, something wrong with his brain. No, really?
No,
So,
he used to snort horse tranquilizers.
oh, yeah.
So that's probably had everything to do with his brain shutting down. I mean, yeah, it is funny, guys.
No, I'm not.
Ragnarok, tax free.
I'm not meaning anything towards him or any.
Yeah, no.
Nina laughed. I started laughing, and it was just because, that brain wave of multiple kids will get you tax free. No.
Ragnarok
Yeah.
says it is a greater plan than ours, and if it happens again, it will. If it will, if not, that is the plan.
Yeah, okay. Well,
So there may be a 12th.
you already have a baseball team, so you have a couple more, you'll have a football team.
I say go for it. Live your life for me because I really wanted another one.
Have another one for us, Ragnarok.
I say
You
the
can name
diapers,
it after me or Gina. It'll be okay.
go for it tax free. So that obviously must be make believe then, because everybody's making fun of me now because of that. It wasn't me though,
No,
people. It was my friend.
No, there was a couple of people that we grew up with that ended up having.
That's not true.
That
as
many
several
children.
folks told us as well, but I have found no. Okay, well there it is. So my buddy who used to sniff horse tranquilizer pills
Didn't know what he was talking
didn't
about.
know what he was talking about. Go figure.
It didn't work out so good for Octomom.
Yeah, but she was crazy. She was a weird lady.
She was a very weird lady.
Like, I don't even know where she's at nowadays, but
Some of
She
those
was
shows
weird.
that used to be on, like, oh, I can't even believe it. What was that? John and Kate +8, or like that took a tragic turn for the worst.
I don't know why you're looking at me for this stuff.
yeah, but unfortunately, those people that end up on, TLC and all that stuff, they make, 20 grand per video per person.
Yeah.
So they're living the rich life for just being absolute baby makers, so to speak.
Yeah.
And they're making all this money nonstop. And that's why when you watch them, they live like very humbly in the beginning. And then after like season 1, oh, but now we've got a nice car that fits all our kids correctly. And
Yeah.
then, season 3, oh, now we've bought a bigger house and we all dress nice. And I've had liposuction and plastic surgery, and yeah, they're all getting paid lots of
Just
money.
like, what was that show that we used to watch? The Alaska
Bush people.
Bush people.
Yeah, like
You know,
finding out how fake that was crushed me and Chris.
That was the final straw for me. I used to watch television, and when I found out that they were fake, I stopped. That was the final straw for me because
It broke our hearts.
It really did.
That was like the life we wanted to live. Watching it.
Right. They were inspirational. They meant a lot to a lot of people because they showed what it would be like to live out there. I actually follow Matt, the oldest brother.
Yeah.
He was the one that was ousted from the family because he was an alcoholic or whatever. I follow him and I respond and I talk to him all the time on YouTube. Matt Brown, look him up. He is living in California on an orchard in a tiny little home on the land, and he is living his life where it needs to be. He stepped back from what reality TV made them. And he's back to the original life they lived. And it's amazing. He's very, very, very back to earth again. Very good people.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, at least that much, but
no, it was just devastating to find out. The
seriously.
camera is shut off, and there's a pizza place a mile down the road.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't do this to us.
That was pretty much it for me. That's when I really stopped watching stuff, is when I figured that out. 5 years ago. Probably more like 6 years ago now.
Yeah, but I still wanted to see which one of them would actually end up with a girlfriend or a wife because they were a little out there, odd.
Yeah.
And like Bear
Oh,
of all people.
Yep, Bear's my favorite. Yeah.
But he ended up having a baby and he was going to make that baby extreme.
Really?
I did not know he was having a baby.
Yeah.
No, he did. He was going to get married, but they had a baby first. And he was going to make it the most extreme baby out there in the world because, fire and extreme is all about bears. And they ended up breaking up for whatever reason. But he got a visitation right on one of the last seasons they played. So the kid showed up and he was taking this 7-month-old baby and launching it down hills of snow, screaming, God. Extreme! It's the best. We're going to be extreme. It was so crazy.
Child services shows.
Yeah, right.
Oh man, no. The last time I saw it was when Noah had just had his baby. Yeah, you watched it with me until that point. Him and his wife were making the shack and all that, and
yeah, but they didn't have the baby. She was pregnant.
Well, the last time I watched it, she had the baby, and they were living.
Well, they have 2 kids now, so
wow.
Noble Noah, or
and both parents are gone now, right?
No, Amy's still alive.
Okay,
she's still alive.
I don't know.
But Gabe has a baby. If you did not know that, big, burly mutton chops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like a
baby. Yeah. The only ones that haven't had kids are the girls. Yeah. A lot different than
watched the show for long enough, those boys were really looking for girls.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We're going into town. We gotta go check the bar out.
Yeah. Where are all the
it
girls?
Was a pizza shop. We got to go to the pizza shop, order some pizza, and pick up some chicks.
And they were so I hope that was acting, that part of it. Their pickup skills were terrible.
Yeah, pretty much.
Too innocent, way too innocent.
Leaving again? WTF, man. She's always leaving me.
Whose channel was it I was watching? I can't remember now. But they were talking about soil and seeds or something or another, and they got some extra seeds or soil or free seeds and soil or something like that. I can't remember who it was. but they're running in and out doing stuff like that, and they got some because the cashier or something couldn't keep count or something like that. And
well, are you talking about our live or?
I don't know. I was watching a channel, and they were doing stuff with seeds and stuff. They were picking it up, and they got some free stuff.
So yes, that was us. We went and grabbed 3 bags of soil, and then throughout our shopping, we grabbed a whole bunch of seed packages of flowers, and we put them on the bags of soil. Then we grabbed more bags of soil and put them on top of the seeds, sandwiching them. Then when we went to go check out, the lady didn't check through the cart, and she just rang up the soil, and we ended up getting like $30 of free seeds.
I had my delivery guy from the nursery or garden place I get, because I get 6 square yards of triple mix and seeds and stuff like that every year. And this year I get 6 rhubarb things, and I did a video on it, and even then I didn't realize, because I pulled them out of the bag and put it up to the camera, right? Like, got some rhubarb things, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm doing this yesterday, and then because one of my subscribers commented on I've never planted rhubarb. I'd like to see it how it was done. So I did a video on that. And so a buddy of mine came over, and I'm doing some of the dirt, and made my video as the sun was going down. And buddy comes over and counts the rhubarb, and there was 8 of them, not 6 of them.
Huh.
And I go, that's a bonus. They can't count.
Yeah, right. That's
But yeah,
go ahead.
It's
Go ahead,
it must have been a bonus, because I normally get 6 square. Last year I got 12 square yards plus seeds. The year before that I got 6 square yards plus seeds. I still need another 6 square yards and some other stuff that they don't have yet. I got to wait till Mother's Day for it. So I still got 1 more garden bed for triple mix, right? That'll swallow, sitting on 6 square yards easily, just to get it to 2 or 3 inches more up. So
yeah,
and to help amend the soil, to get $10 worth of rhubarb, which is only, because they're like $5 a piece, right? It's a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like the other day we went and I forget what we were getting, but we started looking through the tomato plants, and we found 2 big boy tomatoes in 1 pot. So we're like, okay, yeah, we're savvy enough gardeners to know that that's 2 for the price of 1. So we went ahead and purchased it, and they were a little rough looking. So we brought them home, fixed them up, and now they're flourishing. So we have 2 big boy tomato plants, which, by the way, was the only tomato that we hadn't started from seed this year, because we couldn't find big boy tomato seeds. Now we have the plants.
Yeah,
so that's pretty good.
I did my tomatoes this year from actual seeds, because I'm getting my seed collection built up so that I can start stuff and not have to rely on waiting for seeds from my nursery garden place. So I can just start getting stuff started off, and if I got to worry about planting more seeds in the garden when it's gardening time, I can, right? But to get like, say, 70% of everything I'm going to plant started off, it's a bonus, right? But I got a box full of seeds, and
all right,
pretty
Sarah.
much there. Once I get my next on the 21st of May, once I get that next load of triple mix and more seeds and stuff like that, I'll be good for seeds to start next year. Place an order of seeds and dirt, and I'm good, for the following year.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much. No worries, Sarah. I get it. We got to get up at like 10 a.m. So that's why we started this early tonight, so we can at least hang out for a while and still hopefully get some rest.
Yeah, I was in shock. I was lying down before. I was thinking you guys would be on at 11 o'clock 30 or something like that. Get up, go make myself a coffee, and I go on YouTube. Oh, they're on. All right, my best friends are on.
Yeah, right. No, we want to be able to, hike that mountain with plenty of time to spare, and
Yeah,
yeah.
because I got my elderberries all transplanted into their own 5-gallon pails here. And same thing with the pomegranates. When you're farming, you're up, man. You're up for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. My mom said, like there was the rock gardens around the house were the only gardens here. I put in everything else, and my mom goes to me, "You're becoming quite the farmer." I go, "Yeah. Wait till I get the chicken coop started and built, and the chickens here. Wait till I get another couple of gardens in, because now I'm just playing catch up with everything I have built in the gardens, right? Building it up, right? So I figure at least another year or two, like this year, and then next year with the gardens I got, I can put another couple of gardens in, and
Yeah. I'm
only
just
on a
about
quarter.
maxed out. I'm just about maxed out, unfortunately, with the space that I'm kind of allotted, and but still, I'm probably upwards around 500 square feet of growing space we have nowadays.
Yeah, I don't know how to measure properly. I use the tape measure to measure my gardens.
That's how you do it, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just go. You go one axis by the other times one axis by the other axis. For instance, if it's 10 by 10, you have 100 square foot garden.
Yeah. Well, holy shit! I knowing that, because when I did a video, it's like 200 plus by this and whatever else in inches, right?
Yeah.
But looking at it and thinking, I feel sorry for Robert and John there for having to do the math on it because I did it all in inches, right? Not knowing, like, just not knowing how to properly convert it over, and I got a good looking back on it, thinking back on it, because some are angled and stuff like that. I got a number 100 of square feet easily, like
it adds up quick.
700.
Yeah, that shipwrecked build added another, I think, 35 square feet.
Yeah.
That shipwreck.
Yeah, my one garden there with the white plastic on it, it's got to be easily 30 or 40, maybe more feet one way, and by 30 feet the other way, possibly, right? Yeah.
That's huge, dude.
But I got 2 trees in it, right? So minus that, right?
Yeah, but when you're talking numbers like that, the tree's kind of insignificant.
Yeah, and then the other one, it's angled kind of around that rock garden and the blueberry bush and planter box there, and it's got to be maybe 60 feet, averaging 4 feet across.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, 60 by 4, that's 240. 240 square feet.
Yeah, because the one end might be like 20 feet and the other end is like 3 feet by 60 feet, right? So, yeah, I said to my mom, like, go big or go home, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
Because the driver that I was talking to that dropped all this off, I don't want to say he's old, but he's got white hair, right? You know what I mean? Old. And he says, and I don't want to fear monger on your channel, but he says we're probably going to head into another depression because of all this that's gone on the last couple of years,
Yeah.
right?
Thank you,
that's
Passamaquoddy.
That is almost guaranteed.
It is, and it's not fear porn or anything else. It's okay.
The writing's on the wall.
Here's the thing. So what? We were wrong. No recession happens, right?
Yeah.
Let's just play this card. No recession happens. What happens to the person who's actually prepared for it? You have some extra food. You have some extra seeds. You have some extra toilet paper. You don't have to spend so much money for the next few months.
Oh, and why not keep it stocked up? Because you never know. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm not stocking doomsday stuff, but up here in Canada, you know what I mean? And in northern part of the states, in certain northern parts of the states, right? I know how it is.
Really
Get it?
bad blizzard.
Yeah, just one blizzard. And
One blizzard.
Not even a blizzard, but ice storm. You know, fall's not so bad, but the spring is even worse, right? Get an ice storm. Boom. Power's gone for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
We've gone 3 weeks here before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Last ice storm, buddy, 3 weeks we went.
And we're on the same road as the police station, so you'd think that they would have had that fixed first, but not the case.
Yeah, no.
Oh, no.
Here, like, that's what I planted today.
Well, okay.
Oh, he's in here now.
Yeah, I know. We're going to wait and see what he guesses.
Yeah.
Because it's all, to me, it's all that natural occurring stuff that can always happen. Get tornadoes, blizzards, ice storms, earthquakes. What do? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
FEMA can't be there, or the people up here like FEMA up here aren't gonna baby us. You know what I mean? We got to do some of the work too.
The absolute best way to look at it. I say it over and over again. If you are stocked up and something happens, you will have food to eat. If you are stocked up and nothing happens, you will have food to eat. No downside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. See,
I think where I live,
it frustrates me because my brother's the complete opposite as me. I'll sit there and say, dude, you should probably like get some stock. And he'll be like, oh, I did. I got a couple extra bottles of wine and I got a gallon of ice cream. I'm good to go. Durr. And it pisses me off so much.
Yeah, and he's going to realize, and I speak not just about your brother, but anybody else, right? When we get that power failure for 2 and 3 weeks, and that wine's gone and that gallon of ice cream's gone, what do you do? When you got your debit card or your credit cards, and you go to the grocery mall and they got no power and you can't buy shit, you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, Garrett, it wasn't squash. It was marigolds. I planted marigolds today.
Lots and lots of marigolds. You're going to make his day.
Yeah, I remember the first power failure I had up here in the last 10 years, and it was out for about a week. I had some food to get me through the week. All I needed was water, you know what I mean? And I know a firefighter, a retired firefighter, he let me shower at the fire hall, get water there and everything else, right, that I needed, which was just those two things. And I cooked in the fireplace, right, just above the coals, and at everything else, but I was out working most of the day. You know what I mean? Cutting down trees and picking them out of houses.
Yeah.
I've seen people just that ice storm, trees go into houses, you know,
Yep.
and have to
Oh,
pick
yeah,
them out, and they're devastated, you know.
that 3 weeks that we went here, it was in the bitter cold of the winter, and
Yeah,
my children were very young. We ended up having to go and stay at a hotel with a generator because, yeah, we were starting to have things inside the house that were freezing. The sinks, like we
yeah,
kept the sinks running so the pipes didn't burst, and eventually
yeah,
the whole sink was full of a block of ice because it was that cold in the house. It was
yeah,
not fun. That's why I'm really glad Chris's parents bought us a wood stove this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will help the greenhouse, but if things get really bad, it will warm this house.
Yeah. Pretty much.
yeah, yeah. You know, because and that's what I'm when I go to renew my mortgage with my mom. I'm gonna have some trees cut down for a little more sunlight in the backyard for the gardens, and turn them around and get a wood stove in here. You
Yeah,
know, because it's Canada. You know, I don't
yeah,
want to speak for the states, right? But it's Canada, man.
Yeah.
6 months of the year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With guaranteed, if we don't go through 5 power failures, whether they last 2 hours or a week, it ain't Canada. You know what I mean? It's guaranteed 5 power failures from 2 hours to a week.
yeah.
You
Well,
know,
we're
we
so
may not
close.
see a power failure for a week, but guaranteed 5 of them.
We're
It
so
just
close
happens.
to the power plant here that we even get power surges that knock the power out for at least a few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it seems to happen more in the summertime, thankfully, but not because, you have one extreme or the other. It's either blazing hot or freezing cold.
Yeah.
But yeah, like once summer hits, it's like once a week power surge. The lights will start flickering, 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 and then eventually they just shut off.
Yeah, Robert, I absolutely agree with everything you're saying. Just wait. Just wait till that day. It's coming. It's coming real
yeah.
soon.
We had a similar thing up here in Toronto and the surrounding area where it was really hot out, and we had an entire blackout for like 2 days or something like that. Everything just got so hot and just shut down.
Yeah,
Yep. Yeah.
that's good. Tennessee bushcrafter. It's like Chris's dad is actually getting our big wood stove back from.
Yeah.
He gave it to his brother, but his brother's not using it, so we're gonna.
Trade a boat for the wood stove.
Yeah.
Because he goes clamming and he needs a boat. And we just want our wood stove back because why not have 2 wood stoves instead of 1, right?
Yeah, one's none and two's one.
Exactly.
And
These are the
I
good
don't.
ones, though. These are the good ones. So I know what you mean by that statement, Lewis, but with these fire stoves, 2 is definitely having 2. They're the really good cast
Are they the
iron.
cast iron ones?
Yes, they are, buddy.
Yeah, the one
man.
the one his dad is getting back. What we actually used it during the winter at our house, and we had it the way it was set up, like we had an enclosed porch, and it was next to a window of that enclosed porch. And that thing made the house so hot, we actually had to open the porch window to let some of the heat out because we
Yeah.
were dying.
It's one of
yeah.
those
Yeah.
300-pound cast iron ones, man. The
Yeah, you
old-
guys will see my wood stove outside that I converted into a smoker. And I had a house. The last place I lived in was about the same size as the house I'm living in now, and it was a turn of the century house too. And it's not a big wood stove; it's cast iron. And I had the windows open half the winter. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At this, like between -10 Celsius, -20 Celsius, right? You know, half the winter they were open. Because it takes a little bit to warm up, but let me tell you, once it's rocking, it's rocking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gear, that's kind of why we haven't traded jobs either. Well, for a magnitude of different reasons, but one,
cleaners are kind of needed.
yeah, it's pretty much an essential job.
Only for the simple fact is we work for the upper class people. You know what I mean?
Well, not just that, we also clean medical facilities.
Yeah, we clean medical facility too. So that's kind of job insurance right there alone.
And the fact that we don't have to have the jab, we don't have to wear a face mask. Our boss actually takes our opinions and preferences
here's a question.
into consideration.
And things like that. Will cockroaches be a health code violation in restaurants still, or like free appetizers?
Free appetizers, Robert, totally.
So I think the only way that they can make money off of that, Robert, if they coated them in like chocolate, something like that.
Oh, I remember 30 plus years ago, if we're talking about cockroaches.
Yes.
Being downtown Chinatown, delivering some of those. That's what we.
Yes, every place has a Chinatown. Yeah.
Yeah, and my dad would deliver pork and beef and whatever else down there. The floors were greasy and the whole 9 yards. But when you went into the basement, go down the stairs to the basement, and you flicked on the lights, it wasn't bad, but you see a handful of cockroaches go running.
Yep.
It's the worst.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can deal with a lot of bugs, but there's just something about a cockroach.
Yeah. Deer, rats, rabbits, no dangling roaches for me. Yeah. Right?
But did they know how to smoke their meat?
It's a new month. Yay.
Happy May 1st, everyone.
Hey, that means if it's a new month, I have a Shed Wars video to drop. I've been lacking on the editing lately. I've just put my computer away and kind of took a back seat because honestly, we've pretty much put out a video every day for the last 3 weeks. So,
country rats, no city rats. What's the difference? I'll tell you, we saw some in LA the other night while we were watching a podcast that were the size of cats.
Yeah. They
literally
were on the verge of being 2 feet long without the tail.
Let's put it this way. They were so big they could literally jump into a trash barrel without touching it.
I'd believe it. Because all the food that they don't have to work to go and find, I'd believe it.
Well, that's what he was doing. Literally jumped right into the trash can, took a hunk of something out, and went running with it.
Yep.
Yeah, well, when you got like 1 million or 2 million people or 10 million people in whatever city it may be, right, across the world, people are throwing out food left, right, and center, right?
Milker.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to check that out for Tennessee Bushcrafter.
What's that?
So, hold on a second, Tennessee Bushcrafter. I believe you're the one that asked a question about what editing program I had and all that good stuff.
No, that was
Oh, it wasn't Tennessee?
I don't think so. That was the new guy.
The new guy.
I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
Yeah, this doesn't even have a...
From Les.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, this doesn't even have a name to it. Like, we have such cheap stuff. Like, but Tennessee Bushcrafter, If you ever have $180 to spare, I know, but if you do, go onto Amazon and type in cheap computer with editing program already in it, and that's what this computer came with. It was a $180 computer, just barely enables me to do what you've seen if you watch our content. The editing program is within it, and there's also a 3D paint that's within the computer.
I am so horrible with names. I cannot think of it, but it was the Marine that came over from Les's live.
Agreed, Robert. Agreed. Yeah, I remember who it was. The veteran.
Yeah, it really does, Robert. Completely. It's really sad. And I can imagine how much worse it is for people that are older than us. Because it sucks for us.
Yeah.
Exactly, Gear. Everything has a warning label.
Yep, it does.
What happens?
Warning, get out of bed. Might hurt yourself.
Thank you, Robert.
Devil dog.
I couldn't. It's gone. It just escaped my head.
Yeah. Well, I at least remember the conversation, just not who it was.
It's hard to keep track sometimes.
No, I don't even know what make this computer is. Isn't that sad? Right there, Microsoft.
No, it says Microsoft Edge, but
yeah,
I don't think that's the computer. That's the software.
I don't know.
Yeah, they should put a warning label on the back of the box of Hot Pockets. If you eat this whole box, you will have to go to the hospital because you're going to have labor pains and need to take an epidural.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this computer's a Microsoft.
Well, just because it has Microsoft software doesn't mean it's Microsoft.
Yeah, I bet you it does. Yeah. I don't know. It's just barely enough to get things done.
And
I completely understand why old folks are grumpy. I'm to that point.
If you've had kids, you've earned the right because you realize what you put your parents through, and that's why they're grumpy.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yep.
They drove you that way.
It's so different now, though. But I get what you're saying. But if I had done the things that my children have done, and my nieces and nephews, and yeah, I would have been on the ground crying. Yeah. You can't do that nowadays.
Like, for instance, when I looked at my mother and I called her an effing biatch, I ended up with a bar of soap being scraped on the back of my teeth, followed by Tabasco sauce. Get that taste out of your mouth. It does not happen. It does not happen for a long time. Guess what? I never did again. Called my mother an effing biatch. Never again. So,
my mother did the same thing. When I got too big to come after me with a 1x1 stick.
No, my mom was smart. Instead of using the bar soap, she would do the liquid soap. Like Dawn dish soap, right in your mouth.
I just had the other day. Well, you didn't eat the whole package, Robert, so you're good.
I guess I
would squirt when it came to the bar soap. When I got too big and too heavy for her to pick up underneath her one arm as she shoved the bar of soap in my mouth, right?
Yeah.
Now getting the stick.
Yeah. Now, we had the babysitter. Ironically enough, we knew this babysitter. We were friends of a friend. Weirdly. Anyways, she would beat us with a wooden spoon.
Lady was brutal.
And it wasn't like your average wooden spoon. It was like one of them 50-gallon kettle wooden spoons.
Yeah, yeah.
The same woman he's talking about. I went to school with her grandson.
Yeah, that's how.
And she would go. She would be a chaperone for field trips and stuff. And I don't know if it was because his last name started with a C and mine started with a D, but we always ended up in the same group. So I used to get stuck having this woman in as a chaperone, and she would not hesitate right in the middle to like smack you upside the head,
or grab you
by the back of the ear. Like,
yeah,
she was rough.
Yep. But when we knew her, she was like
My old
86
man did
years old. So if she was alive today, she would be over 100.
Yeah, Gear, I earned them too. I think that's what we appreciate as we get older. It's like, yeah, I deserved that ass smack. I deserved that slap across the mouth.
Yep. Pretty much. Oh, what do you think,
remember
dear?
the paddles that had the ball attached? No. They had paddles with balls.
What do you think, dear?
Yeah, we gotta think about wrapping up.
Yeah, we do. I know it's early yet, Gear, but I don't know how long you've been lurking, buddy. Yeah, see? It's early yet. We're hiking tomorrow, man, so we might
we're going here.
Yeah, we're going to that hopefully we'll be taking that picture tomorrow. But who knows? Maybe I'll go live tomorrow morning while she's driving. Just so we can, shoot the shit. And 90 minutes live goes by a lot faster than 90 minutes driving. Right?
I don't know. I'll be driving.
Well, no, you'll be talking too, but
Gear could go live.
yeah, Gear. You could go live and talk sweet nothings to us while we go to bed.
Yeah, Gear, we got our backpacks already halfway prepared.
Yeah,
we got our first aid kit that has everything in there, including fire starter. We'll definitely be bringing lots of water with us.
Yeah, each of us are going to carry 2 liters, and I'm going to carry an extra 2 liters, aka 1 gallon. Just because.
You never know.
Yeah. And I have my flashlight charged, first aid.
Tack light.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'm trying to see if...
I can't find my bear bell, though. I think Chris hit it.
Yeah, the bear bell is gone. But
well, thanks for hanging out with us, guys.
Yeah,
we
Lewis,
appreciate
thanks for coming up, buddy.
Yeah.
And apparently
no
you'll see us
problem.
tomorrow.
I'll hop down now. I'll talk to you guys in the
Thanks for
chat.
hanging out, Lewis.
Yeah.
You have a good
Thanks,
night.
buddy. Have a good one. All right, everyone. So, like I said, hopefully you'll be able to see this image tomorrow if we can get a signal.
How long have I been here? Has it been 4 hours?
Yeah, it has been. It's 4 hours and 8 minutes. Thank you for your support, Robert. Truly.
Oh, Gear. Chris is not the type to sit still if we get lost.
Yeah, no. No, our niece found this beautiful thing in the trash. A fully functioning tack light.
With all of its gizmos and gadgets.
This thing's pretty crazy, so that's going in the bag, among many other things. So I hope
don't worry, you'll see the fact that we survived. So
yeah. You'll see us survive. No worries.
Thanks, Robert. It will go great. Just getting out of the house and into nature. It's needed.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, y'all have a great night.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful night. Peace, love, and happiness.